Hello everyone, a very good morning and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Welcome to another session on international relations. So last week, in the last class, we were talking about the Indian Ocean region. We covered India's relations with Sri Lanka. So we still have a few topics left under India-Sri Lanka. In the last class, just to refresh your memory, we were talking about the ethnic war in Sri Lanka and how India got involved in this civil war that had destroyed Sri Lanka. We had covered until 1987 when the India Sri Lanka Peace Accord had been signed, following which the Indian peacekeeping forces had been deployed in Sri Lanka. I had explained how this strategy of India had failed as both LTT and the Sri Lankan government they went back on their commitments that were made under the peace accord. Under the peace accord, both LTT and Sri Lanka had agreed for a ceasefire and both had agreed to bring the conflict to an end. LTT was supposed to surrender, lay down its arms and weapons. Sri Lanka was supposed to pull back the troops to the barracks and provide for the 13th Amendment to its constitution so that provincial autonomy could be provided to the Tamil provinces in the northern and eastern parts of Sri Lanka. This would have devolved key powers to the provincial councils and it would have given Tamils the opportunity to protect their rights and provide for their welfare. But Sri Lanka only provided for a partial implementation of the 13th Amendment. And along with that, it refused to follow up on the other commitments. The LTT in particular refused to surrender and continued the civil war. The Sri Lanka, the Sri Lankan government, which largely blamed India for the entire crisis, would secretly collude with the LTT and leak the location of the Indian forces, which would lead the LTT to target the Indian forces. So, as India suffered a severe setback, India lost several soldiers in this peacekeeping mission, and eventually it became a very controversial intervention in Sri Lanka, forcing India to withdraw the IPKF by 1990. So, this is where we had stopped the last discussion. So, today, let's continue from here. Let's talk a little about the 13th Amendment and what happened after these events. The 13th Amendment, as I told you, was supposed to provide for devolution of powers. All the key subjects had to be devolved from the central government to the provincial councils, along with local elections being held, so that the Tamil parties could contest and govern these regions through these provincial councils. But however, what Sri Lanka carried out, the amendment that it carried out, was only a partial implementation. Now, this issue is important even today because recently, Prime Minister Modi and even Foreign Minister Dr. Jaishankar both have reminded Sri Lanka of its failed commitments. Just a few days ago, Foreign Minister Jaishankar was in Sri Lanka for several important events, and he reminded Sri Lanka that 13th Amendment has to be fully implemented. A couple of months ago, in July, Sri Lankan President Ranil Wickremesinghe had visited India, and during his meeting with Prime Minister Modi, the Prime Minister reminded him that Tamil aspirations have not been fully met. He reminded Sri Lanka that 13th Amendment has not been fully implemented and he called for the full implementation of 13th Amendment. That's the reason why the topic becomes relevant. UPSC might ask you about the Indo-Sri Lanka Peace Accord and the 13th Amendment. Now, why do we say that 13th Amendment has been partially implemented? What's the reason? See, under the 13th Amendment, Sri Lanka finally gave official recognition to the Tamil language. This was a commitment which Sri Lanka had given, and finally, this was fulfilled. It also shows the kind of discrimination that had happened against the Tamils, because for so many decades, even after independence, Sri Lanka had never given Tamil language the equal treatment and equal respect. It was because of the India-Sri Lanka Peace Accord and the 13th Amendment that finally Tamil language was also recognized as one of the official languages along with the Sinhalese. But apart from that, The most important provision was with regard to devolution of powers, devolution of key powers to the provincial councils, and holding regular elections to the provincial councils. These were the most important commitments under 13th Amendment. But this has not been fully implemented in Sri Lanka. The powers that have been devolved have been very limited, especially key subjects like land, police, law and order, public order. These key subjects have been retained by the central government. These key subjects have been retained by the Sri Lankan government itself. Is that clear? Whereas other minor subjects relating to basic welfare, education, some local taxes, only they have been devolved. But critical subjects like land, police, public order, they have been retained by the central government itself. This is one reason why India says that the autonomy given to the provincial councils is limited. Autonomy has been limited to these provincial councils. And regular elections are not being held. Even though provincial councils were formed, regular elections are not taking place. So, as a result, Tamil aspirations have not been fully met. And as India wants the Tamil community to be protected and we are interested in their well being, we keep insisting even today, almost 3 decades after the peace accord, right, that Sri Lanka should fully implement the 13th Amendment. That is the reminder that Prime Minister and Foreign Minister gave to Sri Lanka recently as well. We are asking for key subjects to be devolved, like land and police, regular elections to be held to the provincial councils to ensure that the Tamils can enjoy their rights and look after their well being and welfare. Understood? So, this could come as a question. UPSC might ask you what is the 13th Amendment and why India insists that it has not been fully implemented. Right? So, in that regard, the topic becomes very, very important. Now, let's see what happened after India withdrew the peacekeeping forces. By 1990, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi had, of course, stepped down. By 1988 itself, Rajiv Gandhi had stepped down as the Prime Minister, and we had a couple of coalition governments in 1989, 1990. But these coalition governments were weak governments. They didn't have enough numbers in the parliament, and they collapsed very quickly. So in 1991, fresh elections had been called in India. After the fall of these two coalition governments, fresh elections had been declared and the election campaign had begun. And this time, former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi had managed to rally more support from the public. There was more popular support towards Rajiv Gandhi's campaign, and it was very evident that the Indian National Congress is likely to win the upcoming elections. Almost all the opinion polls indicated a full majority for a Rajiv Gandhi led Congress government. Now, in the run up to the campaign, the Congress party had released its manifesto, and in the manifesto, Rajiv Gandhi had made a promise, had made a commitment that if he is elected to power, then he would act very strictly against LTTE. Under foreign policy commitments, the Congress party had committed that if Rajiv Gandhi comes back to power, that LTTE will be eliminated. It will be wiped out. India had promised to work with Sri Lankan government, and now that LTTE was a threat to India, it had killed close to 1,000 Indian soldiers as part of the peacekeeping forces. It had destabilized the whole region. It had become a notorious terrorist outfit. So Rajiv Gandhi made a commitment in the manifesto during the election campaign that LTTE would be targeted by working with the Sri Lankan government. So this was obviously seen as a threat by V. Prabhakaran, the top leadership of this terror group, headed by V. Prabhakaran. They saw Rajiv Gandhi himself as a threat. LTT already held a grudge against India for withdrawing the support, right? LTT had realized that India was never backing the Tamil nationalist movement. We were just using these groups to destabilize Sri Lanka for our geopolitical reasons, for our national interests. So, as LTT believed that India would never support Tamil Elam's cause, it had already held a resentment against India. That's the reason why it betrayed India and targeted the Indian forces. And now that Rajiv Gandhi had sworn to target the group, V. Prabhakaran, along with the top leadership, they hatched a plan to assassinate the former Prime Minister even before he could contest the elections. The plan was to ensure Rajiv Gandhi would never come back to power. So, thus began LTT's conspiracy, one of the most audacious conspiracies to assassinate a former Indian Prime Minister. So, LTT relied on suicide bombers for this mission, and it had made a few earlier attempts, but they were unsuccessful. But finally, LTT suicide bomber squad, they managed to assassinate the former prime minister during one of his election campaigns. Near Chennai, on the outskirts of Chennai, you have a place called Sri Perumbudur. So that is where Rajiv Gandhi was delivering a election speech. He had come there for an election campaign. And this is where LTT suicide bombers managed to get close to the former prime minister and detonated the bomb, the suicide vest, which killed the former prime minister. Now, this came as a huge shock to the country. It was again a massive intelligence failure. Just few years ago, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi had been assassinated as a result of Khalistan movement, and now a former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi had been assassinated by LTTE. So this setback for India had a huge blow on Indian influence in Sri Lanka. Now LTT became even more powerful. It became a terror group which had pushed back the Indian troops, and now it had assassinated a former Indian Prime Minister. The war became even more unpopular in India. The media and the public in India, they were raising serious questions as to what India was doing in Sri Lanka. Essentially, this had turned out to be a nightmare, a disastrous intervention, and as a result, India scaled down its involvement in Sri Lanka following the assassination of Rajiv Gandhi. So, over the next one decade, India would play a very minimal role in the conflict, given the public backlash in domestic politics. The subsequent governments under Narasimha Rao and the other governments, they all took a step back. We played a very minimal role in Sri Lanka's civil war, but LTTE continued to escalate the conflict. Now that it became even more notorious, it was easily getting more support, more funds, and access to weapons, and it further destabilized Sri Lanka by escalating this conflict. So, this war would continue all the way until 2006. In early 2000, there was some pressure because of the 9/11 attacks, where Al Qaeda had carried out one of the biggest terror attacks against the US, following which the US had declared a global war on terrorism. The US was determined to target all terror groups, not just the Al Qaeda. So, several countries had aligned with the US, they were working with the US to target global terror networks, as well as money laundering channels and criminal networks. So, this global pressure on terrorist outfits after the 9/11 attacks, it did subdue the LTT. It did had an impact on LTT as well with regard to mobilizing funds and weapons. And as LTT weakened slightly by 2003, negotiations had started. A mediation had started between the Sri Lankan government and the LTT to try and resolve this conflict. Norway was acting as a mediator, as a neutral mediator, and it was helping out the Sri Lankan government and the LTT to reach a negotiated settlement. So, at this juncture, there was a major development in Sri Lanka. In 2005, Sri Lanka got a new government, a new president. Mahinda Rajapaksa got elected as the president of Sri Lanka, and he suspended the peace talks that were going on. Because Mahinda Rajapaksa, he comes from a party which has been seen as a conservative, far right wing political organization, meaning he's always aligned with radical Buddhists, the Sinhala radical Buddhists. His party's core support base comes from the Sinhalese Buddhist factions, that to the radical elements, the far right wing elements. So Mahinda Rajapaksa had always blamed India for the entire crisis in Sri Lanka, and he did not believe in any talks or negotiations with LTTE. He suspended all the talks that were going on and declared the last phase of the civil war by giving tremendous powers to the Sri Lankan army to target the LTTE in the northern and eastern provinces. So, thus began a brutal conflict where the Sri Lankan army used massive force, and in the name of targeting LTTE, it would end up targeting innocent Tamil civilians as well. Within 3 years, Sri Lanka managed to decimate the LTTE, and by 2009, the LTTE was almost destroyed. The LTTE was brought to an end, and the leader V. Prabhakaran was also assassinated in 2009. So, with the assassination of V. Prabhakaran and the top and mid leadership of LTTE, the group collapsed. This terror outfit collapsed, and the Sri Lankan army won the conflict and brought this civil war to an end in 2009. But this war had a devastating consequence. The last phase of the civil war under Mahinda Rajapaksa was alleged to have contributed to large scale human rights violations against Tamil civilians. Very serious allegations came up that the Sri Lankan army, under Defense Minister Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the brother of Mahinda Rajapaksa, they had committed war crimes, apparently, crimes against humanity. So these were very serious allegations, and this became a very challenging, difficult period for India as well. Because the Sri Lankan government under Mahinda Rajapaksa created many problems and challenges for India. Mahinda Rajapaksa would remain in power for a decade from 2005 to 2015. All right? And his brother, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, would remain the defense minister. The Rajapaksa brothers in general have been seen as pro-China leaders. Because by early 2000, China had started raising its influence in the Indian Ocean. If you remember, we had mentioned this under India-China relations as well when we discussed the string of pearls theory. By early 2000, China had started stepping up its influence in the Indian Ocean with the intention of countering Indian influence. So obviously for China, Sri Lanka was a focus country in order to counter the dominating Indian influence. So Sri Lanka started cultivating very close ties with China. China would start investing heavily in Sri Lanka. China would fund, it would start funding major projects under the term of Mahinda Rajapaksa, and it also lent direct support, especially armed support and diplomatic support to Sri Lanka during the last phase of the civil war. Is that clear? Kindly remember these points. It's very, very important. Even though these are slightly old developments, it does help you understand how India Sri Lanka relations have evolved over the years, what challenges we have faced in the past. So, China got very close to Sri Lanka during this period, and Indian influence was very severely undermined because China not only made large scale investments and funded key projects and got closer to the Rajapaksa brothers, but it also gave direct support during the war to defeat the LTTE. China became a major weapon supplier to the Sri Lankan armed forces that played a key role in defeating the LTTE. Later, when Sri Lanka was accused of committing human rights violations, when this issue was brought up at UN Human Rights Council by the Western countries, Sri Lanka got complete diplomatic support from China, and China promised to protect Sri Lanka from any Western intervention. Whereas India was caught in between. India realized that China was now becoming a threat, and ideally, India should have helped Sri Lanka to crush the LTTE. We should have given some open public support to Sri Lanka in crushing LTT. India also wanted to protect Sri Lanka at the UNHRC votes that took place from 2012 to 2014 after the civil war had ended. Because Western countries led by Canada and UK and US, they brought up many resolutions against Sri Lanka at the UN Human Rights Council, accusing the Sri Lankan government of committing these violations. Ideally, India would have wanted to play a role here to help Sri Lanka because national interest of India dictated that we had to counter China. We had to counter China by providing arms and intelligence support to Sri Lankan government during the last phase of the war. We also wanted to extend diplomatic support at UNHRC to shield Sri Lanka from any international action which was being driven by the Western countries through UNHRC. Even though India wanted to do all of this, it was held back because of significant political pressure from Tamil Nadu. Now, this is where regional politics and coalition politics again derailed Indian diplomacy. Remember, we had studied a similar point under Bangladesh as well. With regard to Teesta issue, the land boundary issue, we understood how coalition domestic politics and regional politics derailed our ties with Bangladesh. Similarly, the significant political pressure from Tamil Nadu based political parties, it pushed India to deviate from its national interests. India had to secretly help Sri Lanka during the war because if publicly India had supplied weapons and intelligence, right, there would have been a retaliation from Tamil Nadu where there would have been massive protests. And the DMK, which was a coalition partner in the Manmohan Singh government, had threatened to quit the coalition, leading to the collapse of the Indian government itself. Essentially, the central government was held hostage due to coalition politics. It's not just DMK, even all the other parties, AIADMK and Vaiko's party and all the other Tamil parties as well, right? They sympathize with the Tamil cause, but they extended support to LTT as well. So when the last phase of the war was going on, even though India wanted to supply weapons and help Sri Lanka in crushing LTT, there was significant pressure from Tamil Nadu which would prevent India from doing this. So as India was held back and we had to work secretly just to give some limited support, China overtook India and gave all the support needed in the last phase of the war. That's how China got closer to Rajpaksa brothers. It gave them all the support with regard to weapons and funds. And later, when the diplomatic issue came up at UNHRC regarding human rights violations, China was the one which backed Sri Lanka, whereas India, at the last minute, had to go against Sri Lanka and side with Western countries. See, generally, we don't support such unilateral resolutions at global bodies, which are pushed by developed countries against small countries. We know that Western countries they're pushing their own agendas, right? India usually doesn't give any kind of support to such unilateral sanctions and actions. The Manmohan Singh government had decided to protect the Sri Lankan government at UNHRC by voting against this resolution pushed by the Western countries. Since India is very influential at UNHRC, we were looking to bring many countries to support Sri Lanka, to support India's stand, in order to shield Sri Lanka from any Western intervention. But because of the political pressure from Tamil Nadu, especially from the coalition partner DMK, at the last minute, the Manmohan Singh government was forced to change the vote. At the last minute, we ended up voting against Sri Lanka and supported the Western resolution because Tamil Nadu parties were putting pressure on India to target the Sri Lankan government for human rights violations. So this became a dilemma for India. It became a challenging situation for India. We saw the decline of Indian influence, right, where China was easily stepping up its presence and getting closer to the Rajpaksa brothers. So this obviously led to anti-India policies being adopted by the Sri Lankan government. We saw a series of decisions by the Sri Lankan government where many key projects which were supposed to be given to India, they were cancelled, awarded to Chinese companies. And the Chinese Navy, the PLA Navy, stepped up its deployment into Sri Lankan ports such as the Colombo port. In fact, along with Chinese naval ships, even a nuclear submarine was docked at Colombo. Rajapaksa allowed China to bring a nuclear powered submarine, which would even carry nuclear missiles on board. And it was allowed to dock at Colombo port, which became a threat for India. India saw this as a direct threat due to rising Chinese presence and military influence. So this was a difficult period for India, this whole decade from 2005 to 2015. Right? During the Civil War, in the last phase of the Civil War, we couldn't extend direct support because of pressure from Tamil Nadu. Right? China stepped in. China gave that support, got closer to Rajapaksa, gave a lot of funds and investments as well. Later, when UNHRC voting came up, which was pushed by Western countries, even though India wanted to shield Sri Lanka to protect our interests and counter China, at the last minute, India was forced to change the vote due to pressure from Tamil Nadu parties. So China again took over and firmly established its presence, countering Indian influence in the region. So this became a very difficult period for India-Sri Lanka relations. Is that clear? But in 2015, we saw a breakthrough. A major breakthrough happened in 2015 as Mahinda Rajapaksa lost the elections. The Rajapaksa brothers were voted out of power and Maitripala Sirisena became the president. Maitripala Sirisena was elected as the president and Ranil Wickramasinghe became the prime minister. And both were friendly leaders to India. Ranil Wickramasinghe has been very friendly in the past as well. Maitripala Sirisena as well is someone who is a pro-India leader. India has had very good ties with both these leaders. So from 2015 to 2019, again positive developments started happening. Immediately, India started countering the Chinese influence. We managed to counter the Chinese influence. And we signed a historic civil nuclear cooperation deal in 2015. This is the first and only civil nuclear deal we have signed with a neighboring country in South Asia. Is that clear? We don't have a civil nuclear deal with any other neighboring country. So Sri Lanka became the first South Asian neighbor with whom we had a civil nuclear deal. India had a plan to help Sri Lanka to set up nuclear plants, civilian nuclear plants to generate electricity. Along with that, we won many key projects. Indian companies won several strategic projects during this period. We'll discuss that later. I'll come to the Indian projects later. So we won many key projects during this period under President Maitripala Sirisena. So during these 4 years, we did manage to counter the Chinese influence and step up Indian influence in Sri Lanka. But however, following a constitutional crisis, the Rajapaksa brothers came back to power in 2019. Gotabaya Rajapaksa this time became the president. You can see Gotabaya Rajapaksa here in the picture on the right. And Mahinda Rajapaksa, the former president, he would become the prime minister. So the Rajapaksa brothers who came back to power again became a threat for India. As India had feared, the Rajapaksa government again started displaying pro-China and anti-India stand. All the projects that were previously awarded, the key projects, they were cancelled one by one, and most of them were given away to China. A clear pro-China tilt emerged again, which threatened Indian interests and Indian influence. Is that clear? I'll show you a map later. I'll come to it at the last part of this chapter. We'll discuss the Indian and Chinese projects in Sri Lanka. I'll show you how we are in competition, constant competition in Sri Lanka. So many key projects that we had won had been taken away again and awarded to Chinese companies under the Rajapaksa brothers. All right, so this is how our relations have fluctuated with Sri Lanka. It has not been a smooth ride. There have been many hurdles and challenges and a lot of tensions as well. But by 2020, 2021, Sri Lanka started facing a major economic crisis. I'm sure all of you know what has happened in Sri Lanka in the last 1 year, in the last 1.5 years. This massive economic crisis, which led to the collapse of the Sri Lankan economy, it didn't happen just last year. It was building up over a period of time. It was happening over the last 15, 20 years. Many experts had noted from 2014 itself that Sri Lanka's economy is under stress. Sri Lanka had borrowed heavily from global markets and foreign countries, and it had come under a severe debt burden. It was struggling to repay the loans from 2016, 2017 itself. So this was a crisis which was building up. And by 2020, 2021, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, it had become clear that Sri Lanka's economy was staring at a very, very serious problem. And as expected, in 2022, last year, by January, February 2022, Sri Lanka's economy went completely bust. It went bankrupt. Essentially, its forex reserves had depleted at a very rapid rate. Its forex reserves depleted to very dangerous levels. You can see here in this graph, which I have provided over here, just for your reference. You can see the plunge in Sri Lanka's forex reserves that happened in the last few years, in the last 4 to 5 years. So as a result, Sri Lanka could not continue imports. Its critical imports came to a halt. Without forex reserves, how will Sri Lanka pay for its imports? The reason why Sri Lanka's forex reserves depleted and it had to face this crisis was because it was facing a BOP problem, a balance of payments problem. On its current account, which provides the difference between the trade in goods, the exports and services of goods and services, right? Sri Lanka was suffering a massive, massive deficit, and it was also suffering from a huge debt burden. Most of the forex reserves were used in servicing the debt, that is, in paying for the loans. In repayment of loans, Sri Lanka lost most of its forex reserves because it had borrowed so heavily over the last 20 years. Is that clear? So Sri Lanka faced this BOP problem, the balance of payments problem, where it didn't have enough forex reserves to continue imports, and essential imports came to a halt. So this triggered a shortage of many essential goods and commodities, triggering massive inflation, and a shocking devaluation of its currency. The Sri Lankan currency collapsed, and it got to a stage where Sri Lanka could no longer pay the foreign loans it had taken. It couldn't service or repay the debts which was burdening the Sri Lankan economy. So basically, the Sri Lankan economy went bankrupt. Is that clear? Just look at this graph here. Its foreign debt, look at how it has grown exponentially. This is an exponential curve. In the last 20, 23 years, there has been unprecedented borrowing by Sri Lankan governments. All the previous governments of the last 20, 25 years, they have borrowed heavily, taken a lot of loans from the global market. They've raised loans from the international market, also from financial institutions like IMF and Asian Development Bank, and even from other countries like China. 10% of Sri Lanka's debt is from China, another 10% from Japan, around 2 to 3% from India, around 9% from the World Bank. Now, all these were massive loans that Sri Lanka could never afford. Most of these loans were invested in financially unviable projects. A lot of unnecessary expenditure had happened. There was a lot of corruption in the government, which had led to severe financial losses. So it got to a stage where it couldn't service the debt anymore. Whatever reserves remained had been used in repaying the loans, causing this crash in forex reserves. So it could not continue imports anymore. Essential goods were running out, creating a critical shortage, causing massive inflation, which affected the common man. The currency devalued. You can see how the Sri Lankan currency has depreciated against the US dollar. It's a massive depreciation. Prices of essential items went up, affecting the common people, and thus the country went bankrupt. This triggered massive protests by the people against the Rajapaksa brothers. The Rajapaksa brothers were largely held responsible by the people for irresponsible expenditure and poor management of the Sri Lankan economy. Because over the last 20 odd years, for almost 12 to 13 years, Rajapaksa brothers were in power. It was under the Rajapaksa government, irresponsible spending took place. Unnecessary loans were raised from China, from World Bank and IMF and other global institutions. It is this irresponsible handling of the economy which brought Sri Lanka to this crisis. So the people who were frustrated, they rebelled against the Rajapaksa brothers and protested until Rajapaksa brothers stepped down. They resigned and fled the country. The people were looking to target them. Violence was breaking out. So at this critical point in 2022, Rajapaksa brothers, they stepped down and ran away from the country to save their lives. So following this, Sri Lanka has been administered by a unity government. The elected Rajapaksa government collapsed. They had to step down by taking responsibility for the crisis. The protests, the violence that broke out, finally led the Rajapaksa brothers to run away from the country. And as the Sri Lankan government fell, a new unity government was formed by bringing politicians from all the parties together. So this government, which is now headed by Ranil Wickremesinghe, has the task of rebuilding the Sri Lankan economy. Right now, Ranil Wickremesinghe, the current leader of this unity government, has a very difficult task of restructuring the loans with all the borrowers, including China, and securing a bailout from the IMF. This has become a priority for Sri Lanka right now. Restructure the loans so that it can be paid back later. It will give a breathing space to Sri Lanka. And it is working out a bailout package from the International Monetary Fund. Is that clear? So this is where things stand as of today. So let's quickly examine what factors contributed to this situation. Because given the impact of this event and the role India has played in assisting Sri Lanka after the crisis, UPSC can most definitely ask a mains question here. It can ask you to explain, illustrate the factors responsible for Sri Lanka's economic collapse and how it impacts India and what has India done to assist its neighbor. All right, so let's take a look at this. The prime reason which has led Sri Lanka to this situation is the overall economic mismanagement by Sri Lankan governments, especially by the Rajapaksa brothers. Because they were the ones who were in power from 2005 to 2015 and again from 2019 to 2022. So for a good 13 years, it was the Rajapaksa brothers who were in power. But the blame lies with other governments as well, right? But primarily the blame lies with the Rajapaksa brothers. Essentially, they borrowed irresponsibly, starting right from the last phase of the civil war. When Mahinda Rajapaksa declared the war against LTT to eliminate the group, Sri Lanka procured massive arms and it tried to modernize its armed forces beyond what was needed. This massive weapons procurement from China and other sources, right, put the Sri Lankan economy under severe stress. The various unnecessary projects unviable projects that were taken up by Rajapaksa brothers also was responsible for this crisis. there was irresponsible expenditure for years together, with heavy loans being taken year after year, which obviously would create a debt burden. Is that clear? So, to repay the loans, Sri Lanka had no other choice. It wasn't generating enough revenue and forex reserves, so it had to depend on its existing forex reserves to repay the loans, causing this depletion of its forex reserves. This was one of the prime reasons. The heavy borrowing of loans from IMF, World Bank, and other countries like China, Japan, India, from all these countries, Sri Lanka has borrowed heavily. And especially, Chinese loans are believed to be predatory in nature. It's widely believed that China gives out these loans for unviable projects deliberately to push small countries into a debt trap, which is referred to as China's debt trap diplomacy. It's believed by many Western countries and also by India that as part of its so called Belt and Road Initiative, China gives these massive loans to financially unviable commercial projects. China knows that some of these projects are not viable to begin with, and yet it will fund these projects because these projects will have a strategic location. China will be looking at the strategic location of the projects to gain influence. It will be looking at the geopolitical gains. It will give these massive loans, and eventually the projects will not generate revenue, the projects will fail commercially. So these small countries, they'll struggle to repay the loan, and as they come under a debt burden, they fall under this debt trap. Eventually China will take over these projects. As the country is not repaying the loan, China will ask for control over these projects. Chinese companies will be taking over the lease of these projects for the long term, for 50 years, 100 years, which allows China to control these strategic projects, giving it a potential military advantage in the region. So, this so called strategy of China is often referred to as debt trap diplomacy. So, Sri Lanka, which has borrowed heavily from China and all these sources, right, suffered from the debt burden, which played a prime role in this crisis. Other than that, the Sri Lankan economy had slowed down drastically, especially due to recent shocks. There was a major slowdown in its economy. To begin with, the Easter Sunday bombings in 2019, which was a terrorist attack carried out by National Tawhid Jamaat, which is affiliated with Islamic State. This terror attack had a huge impact on Sri Lanka's tourism, which is a major source of revenue. Sri Lanka's tourist revenue took a massive hit because of this terror attack carried out by a ISIS affiliated group called NTJ, the National Tawhid Jamaat. Is that clear? This was further worsened by the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and all the restrictions that it brought, lockdowns and travel restrictions. It destroyed Sri Lanka's tourism, which is its primary source of revenue. All right. Along with that, the Rajapaksa brothers adopted many irrational policies. They adopted many irrational policies which affected the Sri Lankan economy. For example, they banned import and usage of fertilizers. And overnight, they pushed the country's agriculture to switch to organic fertilizers. This was unscientific and irrational by the Rajapaksa government. They basically banned the import of chemical fertilizers because they could not import anymore. They were struggling with their finances. So, to save forex reserves, they banned the import of synthetic fertilizers and forced the farmers overnight, without giving any time, to switch to organic farming and use organic fertilizers. This destroyed Sri Lanka's productivity, agricultural productivity, and it had a huge hit on its exports, especially its critical exports like tea, spices, and rubber, they took a massive hit because of this irrational decision by the Rajpaksa government. Then finally, the last nail in the coffin was the Russia-Ukraine war. These events disrupted the supply chains. The pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict, they disrupted the global supply chains and increased oil prices and prices of essential commodities, including food items. So Sri Lanka could no longer afford these expensive items because of the global rise in prices triggered by the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So all these factors combined led to the crash of the Sri Lankan economy. Is that clear? To summarize, the factors responsible were the irresponsible economic management by the Rajpaksa government and the previous governments, the irresponsible borrowing of loans, which pushed the country into a debt burden, followed by unnecessary expenditure on unviable projects. The impact of heavy loans taken from all the global institutions and other countries. Right? This compounded with the slowdown with Sri Lanka's production and exports because of some irrational decisions and recent shocks to the economy. The terror attack and the pandemic affected the tourism revenue. The tourist inflow was compromised. The ban on fertilizers and switch to organic farming affected its major exports like tea, spices, and rubber. And finally, the Russia Ukraine conflict. Right? All these events, both internal and external, they contributed to the collapse of the Sri Lankan economy, triggering a massive economic crisis in the country. So, this is where India stepped in immediately. Even though our ties had been affected with Sri Lankan government, still India reached out to help and has given enormous assistance amounting almost to $4 billion in the last 1.5 years. Close to $3.5 to $4 billion worth of assistance has been extended by India, and I have given the entire list over here. Almost $400 million worth of currency swap under the SARC framework was arranged by the RBI, the Reserve Bank of India. $500 million worth of loan repayments which were pending through the Asian Clearing Union was deferred by India. India said, you don't have to repay the loan right now, and the timeline was extended, giving flexibility to Sri Lanka to repay this loan. All right, Asian Clearing Union, it's a foreign payment settlement platform located in Turkey, in Istanbul. Many countries use the Asian Clearing Union, especially Asian countries, they use the Asian Clearing Union in Istanbul to settle their transactions by using their domestic local currencies without depending much on the US dollar, which is the global reserve currency. They settle transactions through their own currencies, through their national currencies at the Asian Clearing Union. So Sri Lanka was supposed to pay us back around $500 million for previous loans. But India said you don't have to pay it back right now, and India deferred the repayment. Fresh loans were given, $500 million line of credit for importing fuel. There was a critical shortage of petrol, diesel, kerosene, and gas. That's why emergency loan was given, along with $1 billion additional loan for basic items like food, medicines, etc. We also gave aid. We supplied some essential commodities free of cost. We donated, this was a donation, apart from all the loans we gave, we donated sugar, wheat, rice, and other essential items to help the Sri Lankan people because they were facing a very serious crisis. And we have kept aside at least a couple of $1 billion to ensure that we will outcompete China. We will outcompete China to use this opportunity to regain the lost influence in the country. So close to $3.5 to $4 billion worth of assistance has been provided by India, and India has played a critical role in backing up the Sri Lankan economy, or else by now things would have been even worse for Sri Lanka. So as of now, it is negotiating a IMF bailout package. All right, these talks are ongoing, and I need you guys to track this development. The talks are going on with IMF for a bailout package. And recently, just 2 days ago, Sri Lanka and China have worked out a restructuring plan. Whatever Chinese loans were pending, right? Initially, China was not helping Sri Lanka at all. When India was pumping so many funds and giving so much assistance, China was deliberately holding back on helping Sri Lanka. This is what leads experts to believe that China believes in debt trap diplomacy. It pushes countries into a debt trap, and then it will seek geopolitical concessions. It will basically misuse the economic advantage, the financial advantage it gains over small countries, and leverages that to acquire geopolitical advantage. So even when Sri Lanka was suffering, all these years China was investing so much, but now when it was struggling, it was going bankrupt, it actually did not help Sri Lanka at all for almost 1 year. When we gave almost $3 billion worth of assistance, China was doing nothing. It was holding back deliberately because it wanted more leverage. It wanted to use Sri Lanka to gain more influence. That is why Chinese spy vessels have been allowed to dock repeatedly at Colombo and Hambantota by the Sri Lankan government. In the last few months, you might have read in newspapers that a Chinese spy ship called the Yongwang 5, it can intercept communications, it can monitor satellites and missile launches. This spy vessel was brought to Sri Lankan waters, docked at Colombo and Hambantota, even though India opposed it. Recently as well, just few weeks ago, another Chinese spy vessel was docked at Sri Lankan ports. India sees these presence of Chinese vessels as a threat. They are involved in spying and espionage, right? So experts believe that China deliberately held back assistance to Sri Lanka and it used its leverage to gain concessions, geopolitical concessions, through which it is raising its influence and military presence in the region. And a couple of days ago, it has finally agreed for a restructuring plan because China is one of the biggest loan providers. Almost 10% of Sri Lanka's debt is from China. So last 2 days ago, Sri Lanka, China have worked out a restructuring plan, which is likely to reduce some burden on Sri Lanka. So going forward, IMF bailout package might be finalized very soon, which will prop the Sri Lankan economy. And the current government has a big challenge. They have to rebuild the economy, revive the exports, reduce expenditure, right? They have to restructure the loans and ensure that Sri Lanka's economy is back on track. So India, as a net security provider, as per the vision of the Sagar Doctrine, right? We're always ready to help out our friendly countries. Despite all the problems, issues, and conflicts we have had, Sri Lanka remains a close and important partner, a friendly country for India, right? So India has stepped in with all this assistance. And because of this, even we have managed to regain some influence back. In the last 1.5 years, we have won back many key projects which we had lost earlier. Remember, I told you that Rajpaksa brothers had taken away projects from India and given them to China. Many of those projects which were cancelled or stopped, now they're given back to India. The current government of Sri Lanka has given back most of these projects to India, and right now India is again playing a major role in Sri Lankan development and Sri Lanka's infrastructure. All right. So this is where things stand as of today in India-Sri Lanka relations. It has been a very complex journey. It has seen a lot of ups and downs, but nevertheless, it's one of the most important Indian Ocean countries for us, right? As a immediate neighbor, it plays a critical role in protecting Indian interests, India's security and economic interests. So that is why India is so focused and interested in Sri Lanka. And despite whatever challenges we have faced, we've always helped out the country during its times of crisis. Understood? So please pay attention to the political challenges we have faced with Rajpaksa brothers, right? And the economic crisis which was recently witnessed. What were the factors which led to the crisis? What India did? How did India help Sri Lanka? Right? And what is China doing? If you're able to understand these basics, trust me, you can easily write answers on these questions. So now we can come to the last part where we discuss few small topics related to India Sri Lanka. There are few individual topics like the fishermen dispute and the Kachativu dispute. I will show you a map highlighting India China competition in terms of investments and infrastructure. We'll look at some key projects. And finally, we'll look at the latest visit of the Sri Lankan President Ranil Wickremesinghe a few months ago, which led to several important agreements and initiatives. All right, so this is what we are left with. So let's go through this one by one. The fishermen dispute and the Kachativu dispute is a long standing dispute between the two countries. Just yesterday, it has been reported, some of you might have seen the news, that close to 30 Tamil Nadu fishermen have been arrested and detained by the Sri Lankan Navy and Coast Guard. Now, this is not a new issue. It's been going on for many decades, from 1980s. The fishermen issue is a persisting issue between India and Sri Lanka. So let's understand why the issue keeps recurring again and again. And what is this Kachativu issue? So here in these two maps, you're looking at the maritime boundaries between India and Sri Lanka. You can see the Indo-Sri Lanka maritime boundary line and also the exclusive economic zone of Sri Lanka. This is Sri Lanka's EEZ. This dark blue shaded area in Bay of Bengal and Indian Ocean. This is the EEZ of Sri Lanka. All right. So this maritime boundary between India and Sri Lanka, this international maritime boundary line, the India-Sri Lanka boundary line, it had been worked out in 1974 and 1976 under the then Indira Gandhi government, right? Particularly during the emergency period, the national emergency period, we signed two maritime boundary agreements with Sri Lanka and settled this maritime boundary. In these maritime boundary agreements, India agreed to give away Kachativu Island, which you can see here. The small island, the Kachativu Island, which is present between Rameshwaram, the sacred temple town of Rameshwaram, which is also a Chardham site. It's located between Rameshwaram and the Jaffna region of northern Sri Lanka. You can see Park Strait, you can see Gulf of Mannar as well, right? Very important locations for a map-based question in your prelims. The Kachativu Island, prior to these boundary agreements, belonged to India. It was under Indian control. This island historically has been used by fishermen from both the sides. Is that clear? Fishermen from Tamil Nadu, from coastal Tamil Nadu, and Sri Lankan fishermen both have been making use of Kachativu for a key purpose. So even though Kachativu was under India's sovereignty, right, its status was not completely clarified before 1970s. Sri Lanka also had a claim on it, just like India had a claim on it, because the island historically has been important for fishermen from both the sides, from coastal Tamil Nadu, from the Rameshwaram region, and also for Sri Lankan fishermen from the Jaffna region. From many centuries, fishermen from both sides have been using Kachativu to dock their boats, to take rest, to dry their fishing nets. So Kachativu has been important for the fishermen for their livelihood. They have fished around this area, they have docked the boats here, taken rest, they have dried the fishing nets as well. So for fishermen, it has been important from both the sides. For fishermen from Rameshwaram and around it, also from Jaffna. Apart from that, Kachativu is home to a very important church, the St. Thomas Church. And there is an annual fest which happens here, which is of great cultural significance for the Christians on both the sides. Number of fishermen, right, in both in India and Sri Lanka, in this region, most of them are Christians over here. You have Hindus and Muslims as well, but a lot of them, right, have converted to Christianity. So the St. Thomas Church is a sacred site for the Christian fishermen. So fishing villages on the Indian side towards Rameshwaram and towards Jaffna on the Sri Lankan side. So fishermen from both the sides, they visit the Kachativu region to take part in this annual festival, which takes place at St. Thomas Church. It's of religious and cultural significance. So having access to Kachativu for both the sides had been equally important. But in 1974 and 76, when we signed these boundary agreements, when we signed the boundary agreement, out of goodwill to maintain good friendly relations, India had transferred Kachativu to Sri Lanka. Please make a note of this. We had transferred Kachativu Island to Sri Lanka and it came under Sri Lankan sovereignty. If you remember, I had told you that in 1970s, we had few problems going on in our relationship. Sri Lanka had been hostile to India, right? In the 1971 war, it had aligned with Pakistan, given some support. During the Cold War, when US was hostile to India, Sri Lanka aligned with US and allowed US to set up a radio station uh, against India's directions. So the Indira Gandhi government had been very angry and upset. That's what led India to destabilize Sri Lanka by backing the LTT. So during these period of tensions, an attempt was made by the Indira Gandhi government to normalize the relations. A hand of friendship was extended by India as a goodwill gesture. Given that Kachati was equally important to Sri Lankan fishermen, right? We agreed that both fishermen will have access. Both sides will continue to have some access for these basic purposes. All right, that is to dock the boat, to dry the fishing nets and rest, and to attend the cultural event. Tamil Nadu fishermen were supposed to be given access. In return, we agreed to give up sovereignty, meaning our fishermen cannot fish. They can't cross the boundary line and fish in Sri Lankan waters. That is against the UN clause. Remember, we discussed UN clause, the UN Convention on Law of the Sea. Whatever resources are present in a country's EEZ, they exclusively belong to that country. So fisheries present here in Sri Lanka's EEZ belongs only to Sri Lanka. Indian fishermen can't cross the boundary line at any cost and fish in Sri Lankan waters. So though fishing was not allowed, right, access had been allowed, meaning Tamil Nadu fishermen can cross the boundary line mainly to continue the historical usage of Kachativu, to dock the boat, rest, dry the fishing net, and visit the St. Thomas Church and attend the annual festival which happens. But over a period of time, as our relations deteriorated, Sri Lanka restricted access. It stopped the access for Tamil Nadu fishermen. It stopped allowing Tamil Nadu fishermen from reaching Kachativu. So this made Tamil Nadu fishermen furious. They were angry that their historical access had been cut off. All right, this was a result of the tensions in our relations. Even though we had transferred the island on goodwill, as a goodwill gesture, right? Sri Lanka would use this during the tensions and conflicts that were going on to put pressure on India. So it blocked the access, creating problems for Tamil Nadu fishermen. And this became one of the root causes. But the other problem is that there is a problem on the Indian side as well. Tamil Nadu fishermen, they have over exploited the fishes on the Indian side. They have exhausted the fisheries. Because they have used a exploitative fishing technique called bottom trawling by procuring mechanized boats. Since Tamil Nadu governments give lot of subsidies, right? Many fishermen here, especially some of the rich and influential fishermen, they have procured these large mechanized boats and they practice an exploitative form of fishing called bottom trawling, where they drag the fishing net on the bottom of the sea floor, which will scoop up everything, all the organisms on on the seabed, on the seafloor, will get scooped up, bringing a very big catch, which brings more profits to the fishermen. But problem is, it destroys the equilibrium in the marine ecosystem. It will not allow nature to replenish the fish, thereby destroying the stockpile, leading to critical shortage and exhaustion of the fishery resources. So on the Indian side, Tamil Nadu fishermen have largely exhausted the fisheries due to over exploitation, due to bottom trawling, right? So out of desperation, what they do, they cross the boundary line. They go to Sri Lankan waters and try to fish because historically they have reached Kachativo and the area around it, and they have fished around Kachativo, right? Even though they don't have access, right? Not just access, they're prohibited under international law. They can't fish in Sri Lankan waters. That would be India's mistake. The mistake would be on the part of Tamil Nadu fishermen, right? So they would still cross over because their livelihoods were under risk as fisheries weren't available on the Indian side. They would frequently cross over and fish in Sri Lankan waters, right? Because of both these issues, regular clashes and issues came up. There would be clashes between fishermen, between Tamil Nadu and Sri Lankan fishermen. Clashes would occur. Fishermen from Jaffna, they would target the Indian fishermen as it was affecting their resources. The Sri Lankan Navy and the Sri Lankan Coast Guard, they would act against the Indian fishermen. They would arrest. Sometimes they would open fire, leading to a major problem in Tamil Nadu and for India. In several cases, the boats of Tamil Nadu fishermen have been shot and sunk by Sri Lankan authorities. They have arrested several fishermen, thrown in them in jails for years together, without even informing their families and the Indian government. They have opened fire as well, killing several fishermen in the seas. And the clashes between Indian and Sri Lankan fishermen also have led to injuries and deaths. So every time such an incident happens, it becomes a major controversy in Tamil Nadu, political controversy. This brings a lot of pressure on the government of India, which affects our ties with Sri Lanka. In fact, Sri Lanka has deliberately used this issue as well many times. Whenever it wanted to put pressure on India, it would deliberately target the Indian fishermen so that it becomes an issue in Tamil Nadu and protests will break out in Tamil Nadu. So this pressure on the Indian government would create problems for us, and essentially we had to go down to Sri Lanka because of the pressure coming from Tamil Nadu. Right? Also, this was the route through which LTT refugees, LTT terrorists were fleeing. The Tamil refugees and LTT terrorists were fleeing into Tamil Nadu. Tamil refugees and even LTT terrorists were using this route, the same route, to cross into Tamil Nadu. So Sri Lanka was very cautious in this area. Its Navy and Coast Guard were very proactive, and these issues have persisted from a good 30 plus years. Right? Many such incidents have happened which has derailed the relationship. We have set up a joint working group to find a solution. Joint working group had been constituted, but there has been no final solution which has been implemented. Is that clear? The issue continues to persist even today. However, on the Indian side, we have tried some measures. We have tried to educate the fishermen, right? We have spread more awareness to not overexploit the fisheries on the Indian side, to not use bottom trawling. Bottom trawling is actually banned. All right, it's very exploitative. It's not sustainable. So India also has fitted these boats with transponders and GPS navigation kits so that the fishermen know where they are. They know if they are crossing the boundary line and entering Sri Lankan waters. Right? The Navy, Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard also have stepped up their patrolling to ensure that we keep a check and we educate the Indian fishermen to not cross over into Sri Lankan waters. So the Tamil Nadu government as well, the fisheries department, the coastal police, Indian Navy and Coast Guard, the defense and foreign ministries, they've all worked with the state government to tackle this crisis. The main focus is to educate our fishermen, ensure they don't cross over, ensure they don't use bottom trawling, which leads to exhaustion of fisheries on the Indian side, and advising them, providing them better training and awareness so that If they have transponders and GPS kits, they know where they are. They know that they shouldn't be crossing into Sri Lankan waters. Plus, improved patrolling from the Indian forces as well. But despite all the measures, there are several incidents which happen every now and then. In the last 1 year itself, 3, 4 incidents have happened. Few Indian fishermen have been shot and killed by unknown miscreants. It could be Sri Lankan authorities or Sri Lankan fishermen, we don't know. There are some cases where Indian fishermen have been arrested and detained, as it happened 2 days ago. Around 30 fishermen have not returned, and it's believed that they have been arrested by Sri Lanka and held in Jaffna. Right? So this remains a pending issue. So it's high time both India and Sri Lanka find a solution to this. Got it? So please understand the background, the root cause here. There are two issues here. One is the Kachativu issue, where Sri Lanka had promised access to Indian fishermen. Access with regard to use the island for resting, drying the nets, docking the boat. All right, but no fishing is allowed. We can't fish in Sri Lankan waters. That's a violation of UN clause and international law. The fishers here are Sri Lankan resources, not Indian resources. The island can be used according to our boundary agreement only to rest and dock and to access the church and the festival, which is of cultural religious significance. But Sri Lanka has deliberately blocked the access, and along with that, Indian fishermen are also deliberately crossing to fish in Sri Lankan waters. This is what leads to the crisis and triggers these tensions between India and Sri Lanka. So this is another important topic because in last 15 months, as I told you, we have seen at least 4 incidents, and there have been many articles on this as well. Because there was a rumor going around that India Sri Lanka might revisit the sovereignty of Kachativu. There was a discussion going on that India is giving so much economic assistance, we might claim Kachativu back. This was a rumor again, it's not officially confirmed. So because of that, there were several articles in the media regarding the Kachativu dispute and the fishermen dispute. That's why I feel the topic is very, very important. All right. Even the locations I have marked, Gulf of Mannar, Park Bay, right? Even that becomes important for your prelims, for your map-based questions. Next, let's take a look at the competition between India and China with regard to their strategic projects. We are in direct competition here from the last 20 years at least. From early 2000 till now, in the last 2 decades, there has been intense competition going on where China has tried to counter the Indian influence. It has tried to push out India from Sri Lanka. But India also has played this game quite effectively. It's a geopolitical game going on between India and China. We have managed to counter the Chinese influence, retained our own influence, and even we have taken up many key projects in the country. So let's take a look at them. Let's see what kind of projects we have, which is going on in Sri Lanka. So let's first talk about the Chinese projects, and then I'll come to the Indian projects. Can you see Hambantota port over here in southern Sri Lanka and the Matala airport? The Matala airport, which is right next to Hambantota port in southern Sri Lanka at the southern tip. These key projects, they have been built by China. China sees them as part of its Belt and Road Initiative. Strategic experts, Western governments and India, they see Hambantota as part of China's string of pearls to encircle India, to contain India. And there's a story behind these projects. Hambantota port project was actually offered to India many years ago. Sri Lanka offered this project to India. India studied the project and it realized that the project is not financially viable. The conclusion was that this project will be very expensive and it will not fetch revenue to be profitable. It will become a loss-making venture. Based on this assessment, India rejected the project. We did not take it up. Later, Sri Lanka gave the same project to China as China's influence started growing under Rajapaksa government. Rajapaksa gave away this key project to China, and as part of its Belt and Road Initiative and so-called string of pearls theory, China invested in these projects and developed Hambantota and Matala. the Hambantota port, and Matala airport. But as India had predicted, these projects became massive failures. The Indian assessment was absolutely spot on. Because see, Sri Lanka already had major ports. The Colombo port to the west of Sri Lanka, the Trincomalee port over here, the Trincomalee port, which was built with Indian assistance many years ago. India had invested some funds here to revive the Trincomalee port several decades back. The Kanke Senturai port in Jaffna and the Colombo port. So Sri Lanka already had three major port facilities. A fourth port did not make sense. Indian assessment was absolutely right that it will not be financially viable. The investment will not be justified with the revenue it's going to make. Right? The Matala airport as well. Today it's called as one of the world's most silent airport because from many years not a single flight has taken off from Matala. So the Indian assessment was absolutely correct that these projects were not viable financially. It will not generate revenue, it will not make profits. So then why did China invest in this? Was China so foolish not to see this? If India could see that it was not viable, didn't China conduct a similar assessment? This is where the theory comes up that China deliberately takes up such projects as part of its debt trap diplomacy. Western countries, especially, they strongly believe in this. They were the ones who proposed this theory. Western intelligence agencies, Western experts, and think tanks and media. They promoted this theory, which is accepted by Western governments like US and European countries. It's accepted in India as well. Even the Indian media, Indian experts, think tanks, and the Indian government, they do believe China has something called debt trap diplomacy, where it pushes the small countries to take massive loans on unviable commercial projects. It will fund these unviable commercial projects knowing that these projects might fail. China is not interested in the commercial part of it. That's what experts say. China is looking at the strategic value of these projects, especially the location of some of these projects. The theory is that China wants these projects to fail. Right? Once it fails, it will push the small country into a debt trap. The debt burden will shoot up. Those countries cannot repay the loan. And eventually, China will seek a concession, a geopolitical strategic concession. It will turn this essentially into a strategic project by getting hold over the project. That's exactly what has happened with Hambantota. Sri Lanka, right, failed to repay the loan. The project failed, it did not generate revenue, the project collapsed, and Sri Lanka could not repay the loan. So eventually, a Chinese company has taken lease of Hambantota for 99 years, for almost 1 century. Long-term lease has been given, meaning Chinese company will control this port, operate the terminal here for the next 100 years. So the concern is that the Chinese Navy could potentially turn these projects into military bases for the Navy. Whenever it wants, it can bring naval ships, submarines, even nuclear submarines and spy vessels, as we have noted. Right? The Yongbong 5, which was a spy vessel that visited Sri Lanka recently, a few months ago, it docked at Hambantota port. Is that clear? So this is referred to as China's debt trap diplomacy. Many countries which have borrowed from China have faced such challenges. Many African and Asian countries, which are part of the Belt and Road Initiative, right? So that is why US the Western governments, even India, they all argue that this is debt trap diplomacy of China, meaning China is deliberately picking out these financially unviable commercial projects, investing in them. Eventually, it will push the small country into a debt burden, into a debt trap. So, since they can't repay the loan, China will exploit this for its strategic advantage. China's real interest is in the strategic value, in the strategic location, not in the commercial value of the project. So it will get hold of the project. A Chinese company will get a long-term lease where China will continue operating these projects, which could allow Chinese armed forces to access the facilities, potentially turning them into military bases of the future. All right. So apart from that, China has funded the Lotus Tower, which is a TV broadcasting tower, along with a tourist recreational center. If you have ever been to Colombo, you would have seen the Lotus Tower. It's built by China with Chinese loans. All right. So it's a Chinese project. It's a TV broadcasting station along with a tourist recreational facility. Then the strategic Colombo port has been built by China. All right. Many years ago, India had played a role, but in the last few decades, in the last 2 decades, China has taken over the project. It has built the strategic Colombo port. Apart from this, China has taken up many key road, rail, and power projects and has invested several $billions in the country. All right, so this is what makes China very influential in Sri Lanka. Now, let us see Indian projects. Let's see how we are countering the Chinese investments. You can see here in the map that most of Indian investments have concentrated in the northern and eastern provinces because our investments have largely tried to help the Tamil community to look after their welfare, their well-being, and to restore their livelihood. Because the Tamils have suffered immensely due to the civil war and the discrimination and oppression, right? So India has rebuilt many critical projects in Jaffna, in the northern province. We rebuilt the Kanke Senturai port, which was extensively damaged. We rebuilt the Palale civilian airport and the northern railway track. These key connectivity projects in Jaffna, in the northern province, they were all destroyed during the civil war by the LTTE and by the Sri Lankan forces. It was also damaged during the 2004 tsunami, the Indian Ocean tsunami. So India has funded the reconstruction of these important projects. All right, the Kanke Senturai port, Northern Railway track, and Palale civilian airport. They've all been reconstructed and rebuilt by India. Next, we took up the Northern Housing Project to build 50,000 houses. 50,000 houses have been built by India for Tamil IDPs, internally displaced people. Those Tamils who are displaced by the conflict, who lost their homes, their livelihood, right? To rehabilitate them, to bring normalcy back to their lives. India has built more than 50,000 houses as part of Northern Housing Project. All right, these were the earlier projects we had taken up many years ago. Other than that, recently, when Maitripala Sirisena became the leader under the Sirisena government, I told you that we won many projects. Right? Then it was taken away again. India won key projects. Then, as Rajapaksas came back, as they came back to power, many of these projects were cancelled, taken away from India, some were given to China. And now, India has won these projects back. India has won back some of the key projects as we gave a lot of financial assistance to Sri Lanka, right? We have good leverage with the current unity government. Also, Ranil Wickremesinghe is a good friend of India. He's often seen as a pro-India leader, right? So in the last 1.5 years, with the renewed economic assistance we have given, we have brought back our influence and won key projects in Sri Lanka. So let us see which were these projects. All right, they were initially given to India by the Sirisena government from 2015 to 2019. Many of these were cancelled. Some were given to China again by Rajpaksa government after 2019. But now, because of the economic crisis, as we have played a big role in assisting Sri Lanka, we have used it as a leverage to win back many of these projects. So let's see them one by one. At the Colombo port, the East Container Terminal project had been awarded to India and Japan. India, Japan, as part of their Asia Africa Growth Corridor, were looking to take up this critical project to build the East Container Terminal to expand the Colombo port and to handle international transshipments. See, if China has Belt and Road Initiative, which is a global infrastructure project, India, Japan have a joint initiative called Asia Africa Growth Corridor. It is seen as a counter to China's BRI. So India, Japan, which are close strategic partners, have been funding few infrastructure projects in Asia and Africa under the Asia Africa Growth Corridor. So we had won this contract under the Maitripala Sirisena government. But later it was cancelled by Rajpaksa brothers and it has been given. It has been given to a Chinese company. It remains with the Chinese company even today. Is that clear? So we have lost the East Container Terminal project. It's been given to a Chinese company and we haven't got it back. But however, to please India, Sri Lanka has awarded the opposite terminal, the West Container Terminal project, to India's Adani Group. Adani Ports of India has won this vital project, but now Japan is unhappy. Japan is unhappy that it's been left out entirely, but India has managed to win back a key project here near Colombo, at the Colombo port itself. Even though East Container Terminal has been given to a Chinese company, the opposite West Container Terminal has been awarded to India's Adani Ports. Next, if you come to the east, the eastern side of Sri Lanka, at this place called Sampur, near the Trincomalee port, India was looking to set up a thermal power plant. India was looking to take up a thermal power plant project to be executed by our NTPC, the National Thermal Power Corporation. We had won the project, but it had been cancelled because of the Rajpaksa government, and now we have won back this project. After giving all the economic assistance, we have won this project back to set up a major thermal power plant at Sampur. All right. Next, the Trincomalee port, which I had pointed out earlier. Trincomalee has always had some Indian involvement since many decades, because at Trincomalee there are oil tank farms of British era where we supply petrochemical items to Sri Lanka and to other countries as well. The Trincomalee port is useful for petroleum shipments. Petrol, diesel, LPG, kerosene, everything is shipped here because there are old oil tank farms that can store large quantities of oil. These are British era oil tanks built by the British during the Second World War. So India wanted to rebuild these oil tank farms. We wanted to rebuild the new oil tank farms, right, which is present near the Trincomalee port. So we had won this project, but Sri Lanka had cancelled it. And now we have won back the project. So it's been a lot of to and fro. There's been a lot of seesawing, right? So when we had a friendly government, we had won these key projects, but the Rajpaksa brothers had cancelled all of them, put a hold on all of them. Now that crisis broke out, they needed India's help. India gave all the assistance. The new government which has come in, the unity government, has been more friendly, and all these projects have been brought back to India. All right. Next, in the Park Bay region, in the Park Bay region between Tamil Nadu and Jaffna, renewable energy projects were proposed by Sri Lanka, like solar and wind projects. All right, this was proposed by the Rajpaksa government a couple of years ago. But Rajpaksa government gave this project to a Chinese company. So India protested against it. We opposed this project. We told Sri Lanka that Chinese companies can't operate here in Park Bay, which is very close to our coastline. Right? Tamil Nadu coastline is just few kilometers away. So this was seen as a strategic national security threat. But now, thanks to the change in government, Rajpaksa brothers are gone. This renewable energy project, solar wind project, which was given to a Chinese company, has been taken away from China and given to Adani Power. India's Adani Power has won the project now. Is that clear? It was given to a Chinese company by Rajpaksa brothers, but now it has been taken back following India's strong opposition. We were concerned about the security risk of allowing Chinese companies operating so close to our coastline, right? That too in a strategic area along the maritime boundary line. So now the Chinese involvement has been cancelled, and India's Adani Power has won this project to set up solar and wind projects in the Park Bay region. So this is a basic idea for you about the India-China competition, right? How we try to compete with each other for influence. So kindly remember how China's debt trap diplomacy has affected Sri Lanka, and what impact does it have on Indian interests in the Indian Ocean? This could also be a potential question. So please look at these points that I've added here. I've taken a clipping from a very important news article. Just read this and you can use these points directly to describe the debt trap diplomacy of China. Chinese investments in infrastructure projects grew Chinese influence over Sri Lanka, but also exacerbated the South Asian island nation's economic crisis. So, expert analysis indicates that the massive loans taken by Sri Lanka put the country into a debt trap, into a debt burden. Sri Lanka borrowed heavily from China to plug years of budget shortfalls and import goods needed to keep the country running. And China uses this economic advantage for political strategic control. All right? That is very, very important. This is what explains the debt trap diplomacy. It tries to gain political strategic control of the nation. It offers loans whose conditions are never transparent. The loan conditions, the terms of the loan are not clear, they're not transparent. This makes the debtor practically subservient to the creditor, leaves it vulnerable to loan and debt service defaults. Is that clear? The borrowing country becomes subservient to China. China leverages this economic advantage, turns it into a geopolitical strategic advantage. So that is what we fear. That is the impact that India feels from these Chinese investments. All right. Now, coming to the last point, let's go through this quickly. It's just a list of few facts. It is related to the recent visit of Sri Lankan President Ranil Wickremesinghe to India. Just a few weeks ago, right, a couple of months ago, Ranil Wickremesinghe was in India, and India Sri Lanka have adopted a joint vision document to deepen the relationship, to deepen the economic partnership. Along with India's continuing economic assistance to help the country overcome the crisis, many new projects and initiatives have been launched and announced, and you should know about this. Under the vision document, both the countries have prioritized maritime connectivity. Sea-based connectivity has been made a focus, with revival of port and logistics cooperation at key ports of Sri Lanka. India will play a role in further developing the ports and logistic facilities at Colombo Port, Trincomalee Port, and Kanke Port. All right, the existing ports will get a facelift. Some of the port facilities and infrastructure around it and the logistics around it will be improved by Indian involvement. It will consolidate regional logistics and shipping, turning the region into a major shipping hub. Because see, a lot of India's exports imports pass through Colombo port as well. We are dependent on it as well. So this gives us a greater role to play in Sri Lanka's geopolitics. We are establishing ferry services for passengers between Nagapattinam and Kankesenturai. Very, very important project. It was launched just yesterday. Launched by Foreign Minister Jaishankar. He is on a visit to Sri Lanka, right? So a couple of days ago, the initial link has been launched, and now from yesterday it's been fully operational. So this was an old ferry service that existed 40 years ago. It had stopped because of the war, the civil war and the tensions, right? The ferry service had been stopped. So now a ferry service has been reopened from Nagapattinam, from coastal Tamil Nadu to Kankesenturai, which can ferry people and goods as well. And we are planning another ferry between Rameshwaram and Talaimanar. These are the new announcements, and the first ferry service has already started, as I mentioned. You can see here the first ferry being launched. Is that clear? It will boost trade, it will boost tourism, people to people relations, cultural relations. That's why these passenger ferry services are very important. Air connectivity is being improved. Prime Minister Modi has prioritized direct air connectivity between Chennai and Colombo, and as well as from Chennai to other key locations like Trincomalee, Batikola, and even to Jaffna. In the coming years, you will see several direct flights running from India to Sri Lanka, multiple locations in Sri Lanka, not just Colombo, but even other smaller towns and cities. With regard to energy power connectivity, we have launched a power grid interconnection initiative. Remember, we studied the BBIN power grid, how India's power grid is linked with Bhutan, Bangladesh, India, Nepal. We are going to extend this to connect it with Sri Lanka as well. So we can transfer electricity between these South Asian neighbors. It's a very big initiative of India. It provides energy security to whole South Asia. It will help Sri Lanka connect with not just India's power grid, but the grid of BBIN countries to overcome its energy deficit. It is facing shortage of electricity. So surplus from Bhutan and India can be transmitted to Sri Lanka in the coming days. They have signed an agreement for cooperation in renewable energy as well. Near the Sampur thermal plant on the east coast, a solar project has been launched, a new initiative. This is the new initiative announced, along with LNG infrastructure. They're also focusing on alternate fuels like green hydrogen and green ammonia to reduce emissions and tackle pollution and climate change. This agreement was also signed to focus on renewables by investing in a solar project at Sampur and an LNG project, along with a green hydrogen, green ammonia plant, which India will set up in Sri Lanka. We are going to step up hydrocarbon exploration and joint exploitation. As Sri Lanka has a very big exclusive economic zone, it has several offshore basins where hydrocarbons are present. So India, which has the technology and resources, will assist Sri Lanka to explore the petroleum resources, and we are also considering a petroleum pipeline that can bring oil and gas from Sri Lankan waters to India, to Indian refineries. All right, so India can produce various petroleum products and provide them back to Sri Lanka at a cheaper cost. We can export this as well. So hydrocarbon cooperation along with a pipeline and joint exploration has been a priority. They have signed an economic and technology cooperation agreement to improve trade, sharing of technology, improve economic relations. In the economic domain, the Indian rupee will be used for direct settlement of trade balance. Our UPI payment system will be operationalized in Sri Lanka. So this makes Sri Lanka second country in South Asia to have the UPI digital payment interface. Right? Nepal was the first country to integrate UPI into its digital payment interface. Now, Sri Lanka is going to become the second in South Asia, right? So, UPI is gaining a lot of popularity. Even France, UAE, they've already signed agreements with India to adopt UPI based payments. Many countries are also interested. Australia and others are also looking at it. So, in our neighborhood, after Nepal, Sri Lanka has become the second country. And it has also signed a deal to settle our trade balance with Indian rupee, with Indian currency, without using the US dollar. India also has said we will provide and share the digital public infrastructure to provide better services to Sri Lankan citizens. This is nothing but your Aadhaar infrastructure, the banking infrastructure we have created, the digital banking, the UPI based payment gateways, and other e-governance platforms, which has improved digital governance in India. Today, India is a global leader, right? We have created a, a very versatile platform that forms our digital public infrastructure. It includes the Aadhaar, the UPI payment system, right? The DigiLocker. Like this, there are many databases, many digital platforms which have been created, which is improving government service delivery, improving e-governance and good governance, right? So India has become a global leader, and we are willing to share this infrastructure with Sri Lanka. Next, as cultural initiatives are also important, both will popularize the Buddhist Circuit Initiative and the Ramayana Trail, right? As Buddhism, Hinduism is a common link, Buddhist Circuit is a focus. Sri Lankan tourists will be attracted to Indian Buddhist pilgrimage sites with better infrastructure and connectivity. We are creating a Ramayana trail to link important mythological sites which are mentioned in Ramayana from Sri Lanka to India to Nepal. Right? So Sri Lanka is a focus country under these initiatives to boost tourism. And we have announced a special development package of 75 crore rupees to help the Tamils of Indian origin to provide for their welfare. All right, Indian Tamils, especially Indian Tamils who came under the indentured labor system 200 years ago. Remember, I had mentioned this at the start, how the British transported Indian Tamils and settled them in Sri Lankan highlands to work in plantation crops, right? So this community, which has been rendered stateless previously, right? Some of them have been pushed to India by Sri Lanka because of how it discriminated against them. They've suffered from backwardness and lack of opportunities as well. So today, Sri Lanka has taken back several Indian Tamils. They are given citizenship as well, even though India has accommodated a few. So to provide for their overall development, to look after the welfare of Indian Tamils both in India and Sri Lanka, special package of 75 crore rupees has been announced to mark the 200th anniversary of their arrival under the indentured labor system. So these are the big new initiatives that India has announced. All right, during the recent visit of the Sri Lankan president, all these big initiatives were announced. That's why it's very, very important. So with this, I complete my detailed discussion of India, Sri Lanka, along with a big part of the Indian Ocean region. All right. So now let's take a short break. We'll take a 15 minutes break. Let's come back at 8 a.m. I'll take your doubts and questions for a few minutes, and then I'll start with the next part of Indian Ocean region and look at Maldives, Mauritius, and Seychelles. It's going to be a quick discussion because these are small countries, but still they're very important for India with regard to our national interests. So we'll look at this, and we'll also study some important groupings, regional groupings and organizations which are based out of the Indian Ocean, which are focused on the Indian Ocean. All right, so this will complete the entire module for us. So come back at 8 a.m. Hello everyone, welcome back to the session. Now that we have finished India Sri Lanka, let's take a look at your questions and then we'll continue with the Indian Ocean region under the next module, which is part A of the next module. We'll look at Maldives, Mauritius, and Seychelles and important regional groupings and organizations of the Indian Ocean. First question is from Surya. Surya is asking, what can India do to counter or safeguard ourselves from these Chinese spy vessels? See, the only thing we can do is to have good relations with these countries to ensure that they don't allow Chinese spy vessels to dock in their waters. In international waters, we can't do anything. In international waters, any military vessel also will have the right to freely pass through that region. They'll enjoy the freedom of navigation. But when it comes to the territorial waters of these island countries in the Indian Ocean, right? Chinese vessels cannot enter without permission and approval from those governments, be it Sri Lanka, Maldives, or any other country in the Indian Ocean. Only if they allow, only if they permit, then can Chinese vessels enter their territorial waters. Right now, China is leveraging its influence. It's using its economic influence, coercing these countries to make these concessions happen. Right? Sri Lanka is under right now Chinese control largely because of the heavy loans it has borrowed. So China, that's what we were discussing. China is using that as a leverage to gain access to these key ports where it's bringing spy vessels, nuclear submarines, which are a threat to India. So the only thing we can do is to have better relations with these countries. Ensure we also have some leverage over them to convince those governments to not allow Chinese spy vessels to enter their waters. That's the only thing India can do. Next, Kamlesh is asking, so the core problem with Sri Lanka lies in its poor economic management. India giving out funds can only delay to some extent. What guarantee is there that Sri Lanka in the future won't end up again on the verge of bankruptcy? That's a very good question, Kamlesh. You're absolutely right. There is no guarantee that Sri Lanka's economy will come back on track. The assistance we are giving now, it's just upholding the Sri Lankan economy. It's preventing a complete failure and collapse. The only hope we have is that the current government appears to be more responsible. As you have mentioned, the crisis which has happened, right, it is all because of economic mismanagement by all previous governments, especially the Rajpaksa government. So there is hope on the current government that they are going to stabilize the economy, improve their domestic production, increase their exports, and restructure the loans and get a bailout package from IMF as well. So if responsible decisions are made and if the economy is well managed, then yes, Sri Lanka will come back on track. But there is always a possibility that Sri Lanka might go back to the same mode of unnecessary spending, irresponsible management, which could create the crisis again. So, as of now, the only thing India can do is help the country which is facing a crisis and provide any assistance needed to ensure it does not happen again. Right? So, the fact that there is a stable government, a responsible government today in Sri Lanka gives hope that things might become better in the coming years. Vedashri is asking, if a question on Kachativu comes, what could be the possible solution? Sri Lanka to allow access and India to train its fishermen. Yes. If there is a question on the fishermen Kachativu dispute, you present all the facts, bring out the issue, right? What is the source of tension between India and Sri Lanka? Why does it happen? And finally, if you have to provide a way forward as a solution to resolve this fishermen dispute and Kachativu issue, we need to sit and negotiate again. Suggests that India Sri Lanka have to renegotiate this issue. We need to solve the problem from both the sides. From the Indian side, we have to ensure our fishermen don't cross over. That is our mistake. You can't have our fishermen crossing over to others' EEZ and fishing in their waters. That is illegal under UN clause. It's against international law. So from our end, we have to take care that our fishermen don't cross and fish in Sri Lankan waters. Sri Lanka has to provide access to our fishermen as promised. Access for what? Access for visiting the church, attending the festival, using the island to dock the boat, rest, and dry their fishing nets. This access has to be given by Sri Lanka, and we need to ensure our fishermen don't fish in Sri Lankan waters. That is the only ideal solution available. Sindhu is asking, sir, my doubt is if Sri Lanka becomes capable of clearing their debt towards China, can they cancel the lease of Hambantota port executed by Sri Lanka in favor of China? That is unlikely to happen. Even if Sri Lanka's economy becomes better, right? The contract for leasing Hambantota has already been signed. It's a 99-year lease. So it's unlikely that China will give it up, right? Sri Lanka also can't take it without breaking the agreement, without affecting its ties with China. So it's unlikely to happen. So China will most likely have control over Hambantota for the next 90 plus years. Pratik is asking which type of activities are allowed at the leased assets of Sri Lanka by China. As of now, it's all commercial activities. Like commercial ships will come, dock, they will unload the goods, they will take fresh goods and move back into the sea. So it's basically for transshipment, right? It's part of the commercial shipping which happens in the Indian Ocean. But other than that, China can use the same dock facilities, the port facilities for refueling its military vessels as well. Its naval ships, submarines, and spy vessels can access these ports and get refueling and logistical support. Nagraj is asking, even though Sri Lanka continues this kind of diplomacy with India, China is not exerting any kind of influence on Sri Lanka. We studied, right, what kind of influence China is exerting on Sri Lanka. In fact, China has a, a lot of influence on Sri Lanka. India is just trying to counter that, right? So China definitely has a lot of influence on Sri Lanka. Last question from Madhur. Sri Lanka being hostile to India, but whenever India seeks to help Sri Lanka, India helps without playing any game. Why so? Not really. Even we are looking after our own interests. We are not helping Sri Lanka just for the sake of it, right? The economic assistance we have given and all the investments we have made in Sri Lanka, it's not just charity, it's not just sort of goodwill that we are doing. Of course, on one hand, we want to help the Tamil community, we want to help in their welfare. Apart from that, we are looking after our own national interests, which is to protect our security and strategic interests and counter the Chinese influence, which is posing a threat to our security. So, whatever assistance we are giving, it is it is based on the India-China competition itself. It involves the geopolitical game. So we are also playing that game. You have to. That's how you protect your national interests. All right. So now let's proceed with the next topic. This would be the last topic under Indian Ocean. Let us see how India has emerged as the net security provider in Indian Ocean region. If you remember in the previous class, I started this chapter by giving a general discussion on Indian Ocean region. I explained why Indian Ocean is important to India, what is the Sagar doctrine of India, which has been launched by Prime Minister Modi in 2015, and how India envisions itself as the net security provider of the region. I explained the concept of net security provider as well. Net security provider basically means that we will be the first responder for any crisis faced by any country in the Indian Ocean. Under Sagar doctrine, we are promising security and growth for all in the region, right? It means we are promising economic security, maritime security, growth opportunities. So if any Indian Ocean country faces any crisis, could be a security crisis, a economic crisis, a natural disaster, any adverse development, we promise these countries that we are there to help them. As the regional power, we are there to assist them and we will be the first responder. This is the whole concept of being a net security provider. The idea is to ensure that they don't depend on outside powers like China or US or other countries. If they face any problem, they should have confidence to ask India for help. They should come to India for help. And to make that happen, India should prove its capabilities. So this is something we have done consistently since 40, 50 years. Even before Sagar doctrine, India was already the net security provider, right? So I'll give you some examples to illustrate this. We'll take some important events that have happened. We'll take a quick look at how we have helped Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, and how we have established ourselves as the first responder and the net security provider of the region. Now, the Sagar Doctrine has streamlined this approach. It has given a more focused approach towards Indian Ocean. So even before 2015, even before Sagar Doctrine was launched by the Modi government, subsequent Indian governments have been prioritizing Indian Ocean as well. We have been the net security provider and the first responder, helping these countries during their times of crisis. For example, we discussed Operation Cactus in Maldives. Right? In the previous class, I mentioned how the Maldivian government was threatened by a Tamil militant outfit in 1988. It was a coup attempt to throw out the government and to assassinate the president of Maldives. So when the president of Maldives requested help, it was India which responded first by launching Operation Cactus. It was a tri-service military operation involving Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and Indian Navy, and we successfully protected the Maldivian government. We threw out these infiltrators. We protected the president and the government and restored normalcy and stability within 48 hours. It was a very successful foreign military intervention by Indian forces, which firmly established India's hard power and military influence in the region. During the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, when many countries were affected, we launched Operation Castor to help Maldives and Operation Rainbow to help Sri Lanka, where Indian Navy and Indian Air Force provided HADR assistance. Humanitarian assistance and disaster relief was provided by Indian forces to these friendly countries. Even though India itself was badly affected, right? More than 1 lakh people in India were killed in Tamil Nadu, Andaman Nicobar, and along the east coast of India. So despite India being affected, we helped many other countries, Maldives, Sri Lanka, and even Thailand and Indonesia were helped out by India, where Indian forces reached out to them and provided basic disaster management assistance. In 2008, Maldives faced an economic crisis. It was running out of forex reserves because Maldives has a very limited economy. It has very limited sources of revenue. And it faced a crunch where it was not able to continue imports. It was facing a forex crunch. So to help Maldives overcome the liquidity crisis, we established a permanent standby credit facility of $100 million, which is readily available for Maldives. Instead of Maldives asking IMF and others for help, we have set aside $100 million through our RBI, through the Reserve Bank of India, which is a ready credit facility. If Maldives faces such a financial problem, a liquidity problem, it can draw from this facility and then repay back at a later date at a concessional interest rate. So we have provided such economic assistance as well to Maldives, very similar to the economic assistance we have given to Sri Lanka. In 2014, there was another incident in Maldives. As Maldives is a very small country, right? It's an island nation, doesn't have much freshwater resources. All right, it has very limited fresh water. So it relies heavily on desalination. It takes seawater, desalinates it, and uses it for drinking purposes. But in 2014, a major desalination plant at Malé, the capital of Maldives, it suffered an accident. There was an industrial fire which damaged the desalination plant and it affected water supply and the water desalination process got disrupted. This triggered a water crisis in Maldives. Very critical water shortage was reported, and immediately India responded with water aid. Indian naval ships carried potable water, drinking water, to help Maldives overcome the crisis, and we also helped in repairing this plant, the desalination plant, and normalcy was brought back to Maldives. During the COVID-19 pandemic, when the pandemic broke out, India launched Mission Sagar through the Indian Navy, where Indian Navy supplied medical essential items to several countries across Indian Ocean. We supplied basic medicines, sanitizers, oxygen, PPE kits, right? And other essential medical supplies were provided by India free of cost. And the Navy reached out to many littorals of the Indian Ocean, many rim countries of the Indian Ocean: Sri Lanka, Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, even Madagascar, Mozambique, Kenya, right? Even Vietnam in Southeast Asia. All these countries got medical supplies from India under Mission Sagar, which was led by the Indian Navy. Later, in 2021, after we started domestically producing COVID vaccines, Covishield and Covaxin, we launched Vaccine Maitri, which was a vaccine diplomacy of India, and supplied free vaccines to all these countries. That is how India stood with them, right, and responded to their need to help them overcome the pandemic. In 2020, Mauritius faced a major oil disaster, environmental disaster. A huge commercial ship had grounded and it was leaking oil, causing environmental damage and affecting the marine ecosystem. So, India was the one which responded and assisted Mauritius in containing the oil spill, right? So, even in such environmental disasters, India is ready to help the Indian Ocean countries. So, throughout our independent history, we have been helping all these countries, providing political support to them, providing economic assistance when they need, making investments in their countries, supporting their economies, creating jobs for them, right? Sharing technology with them. And more importantly, we have taken on the role of guaranteeing their maritime security by providing military assistance as well. We actually have very, very close defense strategic ties with all these Indian Ocean countries, including Sri Lanka. We conduct frequent maritime exercises with them. We have supplied military equipment. We have gifted aircrafts, helicopters, and even naval vessels to some of these countries. All right. We are responsible for patrolling their exclusive economic zones, as these are very small island nations, right? They are very limited armed forces. They can't defend and protect their own exclusive economic zone. They have very large EEZs and they're not able to carry out patrolling, surveillance, and protect their interests, their security interests. So Indian Navy and Indian Air Force are constantly deployed in Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, and few other countries to guarantee the defense of these countries, and we help them in tackling all security challenges. Whenever they have faced political instability or economic instability, India has been there to help them out. And this is how India has become a net security provider of the Indian Ocean. All right. UPSC might ask a 10 marks question here. It might ask you, what is the Sagar Doctrine of India? Can you illustrate how India has been a net security provider since many decades in the Indian Ocean? So this is what you need to explain. Provide these examples, right? First, explain what is net security provider. Explain the concept. And then show how India has proven this, how India has displayed this capability by giving all these examples. So based on this, let's pick up these small countries one by one and quickly understand our ties with each of them. Because Indian Ocean region today is so important, right? It's an integral part of the Indo-Pacific, which is the focal point of global geopolitics and the global economy. And there's a lot of competition going on across Indo-Pacific between India, China, US, and many other powers. So as a result, Indian Ocean is very crucial for us, and especially the small island nations which are strategically located. They become extremely crucial for us. From a defense security point of view, these small countries are critical for Indian interests. So let's start with India's ties with Maldives. Let's see what kind of relations we have developed with this small country. If you look at the map, the Indian Ocean map, which I had shared earlier in the previous module, you will notice that Maldives is barely visible on the map. That's because it's one of the smallest countries in the world. It is made up of hundreds of small islands called atolls, which are basically coral structures sitting on underwater mountain ridges. And these hundreds of small islands is what makes up Maldives. It's an archipelago of islands. It's basically a collection of islands. It stretches all the way from our Lakshadweep and crosses the equator to the southern hemisphere. So it's a country which is spread out. Hundreds of islands, very small islands, they're dotted across the Indian Ocean from our Lakshadweep Islands all the way to the equator and beyond the equator. So such a country, right, which doesn't even have a proper contiguous territory, will have a lot of challenges, because when you don't have proper land, land is one of the most basic resources you need. Maldives doesn't have that, right? It's made up of these very small islands. You can cover these islands by walk, right? In few minutes or in few hours, you just go around the island and that island is covered entirely. That is how small the country is. Like this, there are hundreds of islands which makes up Maldives. So when the country has such a geographical disadvantage, right, it becomes very vulnerable. It's vulnerable for security threats. What if a terror group or a extremist group or a criminal group, what if they take over an island? The islands are so small and spread out that many islands are uninhabited. There's no human population, no human settlements, right? And Maldives armed forces, they don't have enough resources. They can't guard every island. What if a radical group, a criminal organization, terror outfit, what if they take over an island? That's a threat for Maldives, a threat for India as well, right? Or what if rising sea levels because of global warming submerges these islands? That is a major risk, correct? And because of its geographical limitation, it doesn't have a strong economy. It can't have big industries. It doesn't have any major agriculture as such. It has very limited sources of revenue, which is tourism and fisheries. As you know, Maldives is a very popular tourist destination, right? Tourists from around the world flock to Maldives because of the, the beautiful landscape that it provides. And apart from tourism, other source of revenue is fisheries. So it has very limited sources of revenue. That is why its economy is vulnerable. The country is vulnerable geographically and economically. Is that clear? So Maldives, after becoming independent, after gaining independence from British rule, it established very close ties with India. As we have historical links dating back to the times of the Cholas, the Travancore kingdom, right? Since that era, since centuries, India has had very close ties with Maldives. All right, it's a Muslim majority country. It's a Sunni Muslim majority country, and we have always had very good ties, very cordial ties with Maldives and the people of Maldives. So after independence, very close relations were set up, and from 1978 to 2008, it was under President Maumoon Abdul Gayoom. Maumoon Abdul Gayoom, who ruled the country for 3 decades like an authoritarian leader. All right. But even though he was an authoritarian leader, there was no violation of human rights or fundamental rights in the country. And he was a very good friend of India. A very, very good friend of India. It was under Maumoon Gayoom that close relations developed between the two sides. We gave all the economic assistance needed. All essential supplies are sent from India. Right? Indian companies have big investments in Maldives, especially in the tourism hospitality industry. All right. It was Maumoon Gayoom who was threatened in 1988 by a Tamil militant group called PLOT from Sri Lanka. So when he faced this security crisis, when there was a risk for his life, for his government, he reached out to India asking for India's help. India was the first responder. We launched Operation Cactus, deployed our forces, and threw out these militants, threw out the infiltrators, and protected the president and the Maldivian government. So after Operation Cactus, our ties became even more closer, and it was a very cordial, very friendly, trust-based relationship. So until 2008, Maumoon Gayoom remained as the authoritarian leader. There was no democracy in the country. In 2008, Maldives made a transition to a democracy. Finally, Mamoun Gayoom stepped down after 3 decades of ruling the country. And in the first elections, a party called MDP, the Maldivian Democratic Party, won under the leadership of Mohammad Nasheed. Mohammad Nasheed and his party MDP were also pro India from the very beginning. The Maldivian Democratic Party, which won the first elections in 2008, right, under President Mohammad Nasheed, was also a pro India government, favored India in all the aspects. And as a result, very close relations continued between India and Maldives. We went on to sign a defense agreement in 2009 to give a further boost to our strategic relations. Through this agreement, we promised further cooperation in the military domain with regard to improving maritime security of Maldives. We gave direct support through our armed forces to the Maldivian National Defense Forces, the Indian Army, Indian Navy, Indian Air Force. They've all worked closely with the Maldivian National Defense Forces, and there is close intelligence sharing as well between our intelligence and security agencies. And we have guaranteed the protection of the EEZ of Maldives. Indian forces have taken this responsibility along with the Maldivian Defense Forces. We have given them military training. Many of their cadets and officers, they trained in Indian military academies. Is that clear? Several young cadets and officers of the Maldivian forces, they are given training in Indian military institutions. Even their civil servants, their police officers, their diplomats, they are trained with Indian probationers, with IAS, IPS, and IFS probationers. If you clear this exam and go for training at Labasna, Mussoorie, or if you go for your specialized training at National Police Academy in Hyderabad or the Foreign Policy Institute in Delhi, depending on your service, right? There you will come across such foreign probationary officers as well from friendly countries like Bhutan, Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, etc. So we supply such assistance to them. We train them, provide capacity building. We have even supplied military equipment. Weapons and defense equipment has been supplied by India to strengthen their armed forces, to ensure they can defend the EZ and the boundaries of Maldives. And we even take up joint patrolling and surveillance. That's why I told you, in Maldives, constantly our Navy and Air Force is deployed. All right? We help the Maldivian forces in patrolling their EZ and their maritime boundaries, and we conduct both aerial and maritime surveillance with them. We also have joint military exercises such as Dosti and Ekuverin. Please remember this for your prelims. Dosti is between our coast guards, Ekuverin between the two armies with focus on counter-terrorism. All right? Dosti focuses on tackling organized crime and piracy and also disaster management. So such important military exercises exist, and we have gifted several key military platforms, military equipment, like the Dornier reconnaissance aircraft. It's a very small reconnaissance aircraft which is used by Indian Navy and also by Indian Air Force. We have donated few Dorniers to Maldives along with Dhruv ALH, the Dhruv Advanced Light Helicopter, which is indigenously built by HAL. Right? We have gifted few Dhruv helicopters, and we have even gifted naval vessels like INS Tilangchang, which is a fast attack craft built in India. It's an indigenous vessel built in India. We have donated INS Tilangchang and such naval vessels, along with setting up coastal radars, coastal surveillance radar system has been set up by India in Maldives. It was recently inaugurated, right? So that is the kind of military assistance we have given. And It highlighted the close relations we enjoyed with Maldives. But unfortunately, there were several developments that took place from 2012 onwards, which destroyed our relations with Maldives for 6 years. From 2012 to 2018, these 6 years witnessed a political turmoil in Maldives, which was most likely engineered by China. China opened its embassy in Maldives in 2011. The Chinese embassy was set up in 2011. And following that, immediately we saw adverse developments taking place. Several adverse developments occurred, causing political crisis and instability, which affected India's interests, and we saw the rise of Chinese influence. This was not a coincidence. So India concluded that China had a direct role to play in this political crisis that hit the country and affected the country for 6 years from 2012 to 2018. What happened was in 2012, the pro India president was thrown out in a coup attempt. Opposition leaders, with the support of police and some defense personnel, they threatened Nasheed and threw out Nasheed from power. This was a result of an internal crisis, internal political struggle. What happened was Mohammad Nasheed, the leader of MDP, he had started few investigations against the previous government regarding corruption charges and corruption cases. These cases were in front of the Supreme Court of Maldives, and Nasheed believed that the Supreme Court judges were being biased. He believed that the Supreme Court was biased towards the former dictator, Gayoom, Maumoon Gayoom. So Nasheed's government was pursuing these corruption charges against the former dictator. All right. So in these cases, he believed that the Supreme Court judges were biased towards Maumoon Gayoom. So what he did was he ordered the arrest of the Supreme Court judges. Mohammad Nasheed, the president, he ordered the arrest of Supreme Court judges. So this was a breach of separation of powers. Executive interfering with judiciary and ordering the arrest of judges. That is the breakdown of democracy. So following this political crisis, opposition leaders who opposed Mohammad Nasheed, with the support of few police and defense personnel, they threatened Nasheed, removed him from power, and took over the government. This was an undemocratic takeover. An elected leader was removed, elected government was toppled, and these opposition elements took over control, and that created a major crisis in Maldives. Following this, the opposition parties led by Abdullah Yamin Gayoom from the Progressive Party of Maldives became the president in 2013, and right from the beginning he was against Indian interests. He clearly displayed a pro-China inclination, and he suspended the India First policy, which was always followed by MDP and even by Maumoon Gayoom. From 1960s to 2010, Maldives had always followed this policy called India First, meaning India will get first preference, first priority in the foreign policy of Maldives. Maldives would never do anything to threaten our security and our interests. That was a guarantee which existed under India First policy. India would get preferential treatment and first priority in the foreign relations. But Yamin Gayoom, who is related to Maumoon Gayoom, he became the leader. He led the Progressive Party of Maldives to power. All right. They manipulated the elections as well. They didn't allow honest elections to happen. They arrested Nasheed, prevented him from contesting elections, and they won the election, and Yamin Gayoom became the president. The Progressive Party of Maldives, right, is anything but progressive. There's nothing progressive about this party. From the beginning, India had the suspicion that It is sponsored by China, by Chinese intelligence. And these suspicions came true because once Abdullah Yamin Gayoom came to power, immediately he started acting against Indian interests. He took away many key projects from India. Indian companies were executing some strategic projects, which I'm going to discuss later. These key projects were taken away from India, and as you can expect, they were given to China. They were awarded to Chinese companies. We saw a decline in Indian influence and a rise in Chinese influence. The political instability and the chaos weakened the democracy as well. It also increased radical extremist activities. Several radical fundamentalist jihadist groups started gaining influence as Pakistan started using Maldives to target India. Pakistan played a role in funding some radical madrasas and some radical organizations like the Adalat Party. The Adalat Party of Maldives has always been inclined towards religious fundamentalism, radicalism. So, a country which was stable, which was free from extremism, started witnessing a sudden surge in fundamentalist jihadist activity with the backing of Pakistan's ISI. Pakistan was extending its covert war into the Indian Ocean and trying to use Maldives as a base to target India. It had tried the same in Sri Lanka as well. Pakistan's ISI had tried to create a base for Lashkar-e-Toiba in Sri Lanka to target South Indian locations. Because in South India, we have many strategic locations. Pakistan had made many plans to use Lashkar to carry out sea-based attacks against strategic targets in South India. So this became a major threat for India, and under Yamin Gayoom, there was opposition against Indian military presence because we have a constant military deployment under the defense agreement, right? We have donated Dorniers, Dhruv helicopters, naval vessels. We have set up a coastal radar recently to operate all this equipment, to service them, maintain them, and to conduct all the patrolling, right? Indian troops are deployed here. There are few soldiers from Navy and Air Force, sometimes even from the Army, who are constantly deployed here. A very small team is deployed. But Yamin Gayoom opposed the military presence. He even refused to renew their visas. He refused to renew the visas of Indian military officers so that they are forced to go back. And he adopted this policy called India Out campaign. He became the champion of this campaign called India Out, meaning Maldives wanted to push out India, push India's influence out, throw out Indian military presence. And Yamin Gayoom even asked India to take back the aircrafts, helicopters, and the other military equipment we had gifted. This is how hostile Abdullah Yamin Gayoom became towards India, compromising Indian interest and influence, which we had built over decades. Parallelly, he got very close to China, allowed China to play a big role in Maldives and in the region, thereby firmly establishing Chinese influence and presence that became a threat to India. So again, you can see this geopolitical game playing out between India and China. You can see this across the Indo-Pacific. So during this period, China's presence grew rapidly. During these 6 years under Yamin Gayoom, China apparently expanded its string of pearls strategy as Maldives was seen as a important link in the string of pearls. China executed some key projects like the China-Maldives Friendship Bridge, also called the Sinamale Bridge, which you can see here in this image. As Maldives is made up of small islands, connectivity is a problem from island to island. If you've been to Maldives on a trip, right, you'll understand what I'm talking about. If to move from one island to island, either you have to use motor boats, speed boats, or you have to take seaplanes, which land on water and take off from water. But this connectivity is a little challenging. It's more expensive, right? Also takes more time. So one idea to connect some islands that are located nearby is to build sea-based bridges. Some islands which are close by, just few kilometers away, they can be interconnected through a chain of bridges or highways that can interconnect and bring these islands together. So initially, India was interested in such projects, but this was handed over to China, and China built the so-called China Maldives Friendship Bridge, also called the Sinamale Bridge. If you've been to Malé, right next to the airport, the Malé International Airport, you can see this bridge. When you're landing into Malé, taking off, you can see the bridge from Malé connecting with a nearby island. It has become a vital lifeline for the people. They can easily move around. It boosts the economy as well, right? So China executed this key project. The Malé International Airport was a strategic project being built by India's GMR infrastructure. Have you heard of an Indian company, construction company called GMR? Very popular company, right? In many cities, key projects are executed by GMR. Your flyovers, underpasses, and many key projects are built by GMR infrastructure. So this company had won the contract. It was already developing the Malé International Airport. But all of a sudden, it was cancelled and given away to China. Once Yamin Gayum came to power, within days, the GMR airport project was cancelled, right? By citing some technical reasons, the project was taken away and given to a Chinese firm. In 2015, Maldives even amended its constitution. It amended its constitution to allow foreigners to lease or buy land. Now, this was a very, very big step from Maldives, clearly designed to benefit China. Because Maldives, being a small country with very limited land, right, there's a constitutional protection for Maldives land. Previously, there was a protection that no foreigners can purchase land or lease land here. You can only rent it out. Let's say you want to build a resort, a big Indian company wants to build a resort. They can only rent out the island. They can't lease or purchase. This was the constitutional protection before. But this was removed through an amendment. The constitution itself was amended to allow foreigners to lease or buy land, which was definitely designed to benefit China. Because the very next year after this amendment, an entire island was leased to China, the Fedu Finolu Island. Please remember the name. This entire island has been leased to China, and over the years, China has built port and dock facilities for maritime connectivity, and it has also built airport runway facilities for air connectivity. China and Maldives say that these are commercial projects aimed at improving economic and commercial ties. But the fear is they always have a strategic potential, a military potential. These could become potential military bases for the Chinese Navy and Air Force whenever they want, right? If China is deploying into the Indian Ocean, they can use these facilities at Fedu Finolu for logistical support, for repairs and servicing, for refueling, resupplies. China can use the facilities to extend its operational range and have a permanent deployment and presence in the Indian Ocean. Next year, it signed a free trade agreement and joined the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, this was a shock to India. It came as a shocker to India. It signed a free trade agreement to further boost economic ties with China and joined the Belt and Road Initiative. It became part of the 21st century maritime Silk Road, which is a key component of the BRI. Remember, we studied under BRI, there are two components. There is a land-based component, the Silk Road Economic Belt, and there is a maritime component, the sea-based component, which is your 21st century maritime Silk Road. So Maldives has joined the maritime component of BRI and signed an FTA as well, which further boosted China's presence and influence. So all these adverse developments undermine Indian influence and it led to the parallel rise of Chinese presence and influence. Right? Pakistani influence also increased, where apparently it was involved in breeding radicalism. Due to rise in radicalism, support for Islamic State increased in Maldives. Several Maldivians who got radicalized and indoctrinated, they traveled to Iraq and Syria in 2015 and 2016 to fight for Islamic State. So these terrorists would become a threat, a common threat, right? So we went through a very difficult period during these 6 years where Indian influence was almost completely cut off and China became dominant in Maldives. Finally, in 2018, India got a breakthrough. In 2018, the next round of elections were held, and fortunately for India, Yamin Abdullah Gayoom lost the elections. The people of Maldives usually have voted the incumbent governments out. This is a trend you have seen in Maldives. There's a very strong anti-incumbency factor, right? Maldivians usually want a change. They want new parties, new leaders every time. So because of that, Yamin Abdullah Gayoom was voted out, and President Ibrahim Soleh came to power, who is from the MDP, which is a pro-India party. In fact, Ibrahim Soleh is a prodigy of Mohammad Nasheed, the former pro-India president. He has worked very closely with Mohammad Nasheed. So Ibrahim Soleh, a pro-India leader heading a pro-India party, came to power and immediately restored India First policy. Now let me tell you how important this development was. In 2013 and in 2015, when Yamin Gayoom undermined the elections, Yamin Gayoom didn't allow fair elections to take place, especially by getting Nasheed arrested. Mohammad Nasheed didn't get a fair chance as he was deliberately arrested on corruption charges by Yamin Gayoom. He was disrupting the fair electoral process to ensure Nasheed doesn't contest. So when these developments happened in 2013-2015, PM Modi boycotted the visit to Maldives. When PM Modi launched the Sagar Doctrine, right, in 2015, he was visiting all these countries. He was supposed to visit Mauritius, Seychelles, and as well as Maldives. That's where the plan was to launch the Sagar Doctrine and inaugurate the coastal surveillance radars that I was mentioning. In Mauritius and Seychelles, the coastal radars were ready, built by India to improve maritime surveillance. So PM Modi was visiting all the three countries to inaugurate the radar chain and also to launch the Sagar Doctrine of India. But given these adverse developments that happened under Yamin Gayoom, PM Modi boycotted his visit. He skipped Maldives and he visited only Mauritius and Seychelles. So that is where Sagar Doctrine was launched. The coastal surveillance radars were inaugurated, right? And key agreements were signed with Mauritius and Seychelles. But PM Modi had skipped Maldives to show anger against Maldivian government, against Yamin Gayoom, for not giving fair chance for Nasheed to contest, for deliberately getting him arrested. So when Ibrahim Soleh won and restored India First policy, PM Modi traveled immediately to attend his swearing-in ceremony. Now you can realize how big this was, how important this development was. After boycotting the earlier visit, if PM Modi himself traveled to attend the swearing-in ceremony of Ibrahim Soleh, right, that's a very big sign, a gesture that our relations are going to improve. So Ibrahim Soleh of FDP, who was pro-India, restored the pro-India policy, the India First policy, and it paved the way for PM Modi to visit the country. So from then till 2023, till last 2 weeks, our relations improved by a very big margin. We made a comeback. We countered the Chinese influence during this period. India effectively countered Chinese influence, and India made a comeback to retain its influence and protect its interests. In the last 5 years, we have announced a financial assistance of around not just 1.4, but close to $2.6 billion. All right. We have given around $2.6 billion in funding through concessional loans, line of credits, currency swap, and even through direct budgetary support for funding various key projects in Maldives, to fund some infrastructure projects, socio-economic development projects, and community projects. Right? India has given a total of $2.6 billion in the last 5 years because we got a friendly leader and a friendly government. We launched the Greater Malay Connectivity Project to interconnect the capital with the nearby islands of Willingili, Gulifalu, and Tilafushi. You can see here in the map. See, this is Malé, the capital. You can see the international airport. Right next to the capital, you have Willingili, Gulifahu, Tilafushi. The problem here is lack of connectivity. Only way you can connect is through ferry, that is boats and seaplanes. So now India has taken up an ambitious project amounting to $500 million. A project worth $500 million is being funded by India. 400 million is loan. It's a line of credit. 100 million is a grant. It's like a donation. 100 million is a donation from India. 400 million is a loan. It's a line of credit. Through this project, the Greater Malay Connectivity Project, a sea-based bridge is being built by Indian companies to interconnect these islands. So this massive project was taken up in 2020. We also announced the Uthuru Tilafulu project, UTP, to build a Coast Guard harbor which could potentially become a base for Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard as well. So all these massive initiatives were taken up by India because of improved relations under Ibrahim Soleh. So this was a sign that India first policy was back. A pro-India government was back, protecting Indian interests. And as a result, India was able to take up all these key strategic projects. But few days back, a major shock has been delivered to India. Maldives headed to elections very recently. It's a very new development. So Maldives went into the next round of elections. And to India's shock, opposition leader Dr. Mohammad Muizzu, who leads the PNC PPM coalition, right? He has won the election. He defeated Ibrahim Soleh of MDP. Now, PPM, don't forget, the Progressive Party of Maldives is the party of Yamin Gayoom, the anti-India leader. So he had formed a coalition with People's National Congress. This coalition government, which is anti-India, they are openly anti-India and openly pro-China. This government has come to power again. All right. Dr. Mohammad Muizzu is a prodigy of Yamin Gayoom. He has groomed him in politics. He was the mayor of Malé. He was also a minister previously. Previously, he was a minister as well in the government of Yamin Gayoom. He was the housing minister. So he is a disciple, a puppet of Yamin Gayoom. So Dr. Mohammad Muizzu, during the campaign, he had openly called for India Out campaign. He supported Yamin Gayoom's India Out campaign. He had said even before elections that if he is elected to power, he will throw Indian troops out of the country. Even after the results came out, after his victory was declared, he gave an interview where he said that he will uphold his electoral promise of removing Indian military presence, meaning Indian troops will be sent back and India might be asked to take back the aircrafts, helicopters, and naval vessels we have gifted to Maldives. So the India Out campaign has become a major concern for India. India believes that China and maybe even Pakistan could be behind sponsoring the PPM and even the Adalat Party and other anti-India groups. So this is a complete reversal of our fate, our interests, right? We had rebuilt the relations, repaired all the damage that had happened. India was really looking forward to build this relationship. We had taken up many important projects, but now the return of PPM through a coalition government and anti-India leaders like Mohammad Muizu, who's a prodigy of Yamin Gayoom, right, is very bad news for India, and India is just waiting as to see what will happen in the future. Understood? India should hope that he will be more balanced. That's what India will try to do. Will try to exert some influence and pressure to ensure that the new president is more balanced between India and China. He need not be in completely pro-India. Even if he's balanced between India and China, even that is enough. So going forward, there are challenges for India. That is for sure. In Maldives, we are going to face a major challenge. Is that clear? So this is what you should understand about India Maldives. Now let's move on to the next topic, India Mauritius, and after that Seychelles. These are even smaller than Maldives. The topics are much smaller because the countries are very small. The issues, the topics to discuss are very minor. But still, collectively, the topic becomes important because there could be a broad question on Indian Ocean. UPSC might ask you to evaluate India's interests and challenges in the Indian Ocean, right? When you're writing such an answer, you need to know these basic details about our ties with these important island nations. So now that Maldives is covered, let's look at Mauritius and Seychelles. We'll start with Mauritius now. Mauritius is a very close country to India. We share deep rooted historical cultural ties with the country. And does anyone know where it is located? If I ask you the location of Mauritius, what will you tell me? Can you tell me in the comments? What is the exact location? How do you define the location of Mauritius? Near Madagascar. Okay, correct. Next to Reunion. Okay, very good. But what is that region called? East Africa. Okay, very good. And Western Indian Ocean. Very good. Mauritius is an African country. Don't forget that. It's an East African nation, right? It's in the Indian Ocean. It's an island country, but part of the African continent. It's located far away from India, very far away from India, right? It's near Madagascar, South Africa, Mozambique. That is where Mauritius is located. This small island nation is an African nation seen as part of Eastern Africa and Western Indian Ocean. Western or southwestern part of Indian Ocean. That's where it is located. Now, in this faraway country, which is thousands of miles away from India, majority of its population is of Indian descent. 68% of Mauritian population is of Indian origin. How can this be possible? How can in such a faraway foreign country, majority, 68% of the people, how can they be of Indian origin? Now, if you look at the names of the people in Mauritius, right? They're all names connected with Hindi or other Indian languages. If you look at the language spoken in Mauritius, the food which is eaten, the customs which are followed, right? They're all very similar to India. From Hindi to Bhojpuri to Tamil, all these languages are spoken in Mauritius, right? Hindu customs are followed. So there is a very strong people to people bond, cultural bond, which is a result of our colonial history. There is a shared colonial past. Remember, I explained the indentured labor system under Sri Lanka, how Indian laborers were transported by the British around the world to their colonies to replace African slaves because African slavery had been abolished by the British Parliament. In early 1800s, British Parliament passed a law abolishing African slavery to end the brutalities of the slavery system. So now the British companies like East India Company, they needed to replace African slaves with cheap labor. They wanted cheap labor to run their plantations, their crops, their factories, to build their railways, etc. So they found an easy solution in India. They would deceive many Indians and their families, dupe them. They would lie to them. They would sign contracts with them saying We will give you a very good life. It's only for 5 years, right? You just have to shift to another country and we'll pay you very good salaries for 5 years and we'll bring you back. Or they would force some of them, forcefully, they would take some Indians, especially those who were in jail or those who wouldn't pay taxes, right? Those who broke the law. So such people would be forcefully taken. Others would be duped and deceived through fraudulent contracts. But once they would take them and dump them on these colonies, which were islands, right? There was no way for them to come back. That's why if you look at West Indies today in the Caribbean, look at the West Indies cricket team. You look at Fiji in South Pacific, which is away from Australia and New Zealand. You look at Suriname in South America, right? Mauritius, South Africa, Kenya, even Tanzania. In all these faraway countries, you find a very, very strong Indian community because most of them, they were brought here as laborers under the indentured labor system. Apart from the Indian traders and merchants who went on their own, these were laborers who were transported by the British, right? Mauritius has such a strong Indian connection because of the indentured labor system, the oppressive, brutal, exploitative indentured labor system. The first batch of Indians arrived here in 1834 to work in the sugar plantations of Mauritius. Even today, the sugar industry is one of the biggest industries for Mauritius to earn revenue. Apart from tourism, Mauritius is also very beautiful, like Maldives, right? So it's a popular tourist destination. Apart from tourism, fisheries, some hydrocarbons. Apart from that, the only revenue Mauritius can generate is through sugar crops and sugar factories. It's the British who cultivated the sugar plantations here. So they needed cheap Indian labor for this and they transported Indians under the indentured labor system. Now, please make a note of some important historical points, which is important for your prelims, for your history as well. The first batch of Indian laborers to be transported to any country was Mauritius. The year was 1834. All right. Indentured labor system started here with Mauritius. So question might be asked, where were the first batch of Indian indentured laborers taken? To which colony? To which country? The answer is Mauritius. It started in 1834. So that is why the place where they landed, the place where Indian laborers landed, they landed at Port Louis, which is the capital of Mauritius today. All right. So this place, this port where the Indian laborers landed, the first ship landed with Indian laborers, this is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's called Apravasi Ghat. It has become a memorial to pay tribute to the Indian workers, their sufferings under colonial rule. It highlights the oppressive indentured labor system of the British. It symbolizes their exploitation, the colonial oppression and exploitation. So it's a national monument. You can see this site here, this image I've shared, two images. It's a national monument called Apravasi Ghat. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And the day on which they landed is celebrated as Apravasi Day. That is the day on immigrants came into the country. Apravasi refers to immigrants. So it's a day to celebrate immigrants and the place where the immigrants landed. So subsequent generations of these immigrant families, they are the ones who make up the majority of Mauritian population. Apart from a small percentage of African population and some natives, majority of them are of Indian descent, Indian origin, who make up the country's population today. Even our freedom struggles are interconnected. There's a direct link. As you know, Mahatma Gandhi, before coming to India in 1915 and leading our freedom struggle, he was very active in Africa, right? He was working in South Africa, Kenya, fighting for the rights of Indian workers, right? He would fight against the British, file cases against them, lead legal battles against them to secure rights for Indian workers. So his work became popular and he was invited to Mauritius once and he paid a visit in 1901, much before he came to India, right? Gandhi had started gaining some popularity in Africa and he was invited to Mauritius to give inspiration to the freedom struggle in their country. So he visited in 1901, instilled his principles, philosophies, and ideas. All right. And later, since Gandhi got busy with India's freedom struggle, Mahatma Gandhi would move to India in 1915 to give leadership to our freedom movement. Right? He couldn't, of course, pay focus or attention to Mauritius and its freedom struggle. So instead, he sent his closest disciple, Barrister Manilal Doctor. You would have come across his name in modern history of India. Barrister Manilal Doctor was a very close disciple of Mahatma Gandhi, a believer in Gandhian philosophy and ideals, and he would go to Mauritius on the directions of Mahatma Gandhi and give leadership to the freedom struggle of Mauritius. So, the freedom struggle of Mauritius is infused with Gandhian ideology and philosophy. Gandhian ideals like ahimsa, satyagraha, civil disobedience, right? All these Gandhian principles and philosophies, including rural community development, all these principles are integral to the freedom movement of Mauritius as well. It was introduced by Barrister Manilal Doctor. That is why Mauritius celebrates the 12th of March as its national day. It's a holiday in Mauritius. The whole country, the government, they mark and celebrate this day. Every year, the 12th of March is celebrated as the national day of the country. It's a tribute they pay to Mahatma Gandhi and India's freedom struggle and the connection it has with Mauritius. Is that clear? Why do you think 12th March was chosen? Is there anything particular? Very good. This was the day on which Gandhi launched Dandi March, or the Salt Satyagraha, by breaking the salt laws. So to pay tribute to Gandhi, his ideology, philosophy, and India's freedom struggle, which in a way backed and enabled the freedom struggle of Mauritius, the 12th of March is celebrated as the national day in the country. So this shows the close historical cultural bonds that we share. Right? So today, naturally, we are very, very good partners of each other. Given the cultural connect, the people to people connection is very strong because of the strong Indian community. That's why we share very good ties with Mauritius. Is that clear? Now, coming to one recent issue which has been in news, the Chagos Island dispute. I want you guys to be aware of this. I just want you guys to make a note of it and monitor this topic in current affairs. The Chagos archipelago over here, which is below Maldives. See, this is Maldives here. This whole stretch is Maldives. This is Sri Lanka. You have Seychelles over here. So below Maldives, you have the Chagos archipelago of islands, which includes the Diego Garcia Island, which is a British Indian Ocean territory. Right? This is where Mauritius is located. This is Madagascar. Mauritius was supposed to get ownership of the Chagos Islands, including Diego Garcia. When the British decolonized the region and granted independence, they were supposed to give back Chagos group of islands, including Diego Garcia. But as we have discussed in previous classes, Britain would retain this territory. It's called British Indian Ocean Territory. And after the Second World War, Britain gave this island to the United States. Even today, it's a British territory. Britain has sovereignty here. It has leased some of the Chagos Islands, especially Diego Garcia, to the US, which has set up a major military naval base. This is where US runs most of its military naval operations from, in the Indian Ocean. But this group of island is claimed by Mauritius. Mauritius has a claim on it, a historical claim, as part of decolonization. It has repeatedly fought against Britain. It has even approached the United Nations for justice to take back Chagos, including Diego Garcia. Recently, just a few months ago, Mauritius brought up a resolution and a case at UN accusing UK and USA of violating the sovereignty of Mauritius. So Mauritius is trying to get diplomatic support on its side to put pressure on UK and US to decolonize completely and give up these islands, including Diogo Garcia. But as you can expect, UK is not willing. UK knows it's a strategic military base for the US. It's crucial for Western countries and NATO allies. US will never give it up as it is invested billions and billions of dollars in building the naval base here and in deploying military assets of the US. So this puts India in a dilemma. Right? Mauritius is asking India's help. But if we help Mauritius, it might affect our ties with UK and USA. UK will be upset as it might lose sovereignty over British Indian Ocean territory. USA will be upset as it might lose a key military base in the Indian Ocean, which is crucial for countering China. Right? If we don't side with Mauritius, Mauritius might think India does not care about its sovereignty. So it's become a dilemma for India. So we are trying to balance this out. Mauritius is asking India for help, but even though diplomatically we give support to them, publicly we haven't announced support. Even at the UN, we haven't supported them. We have abstained from the vote. India has abstained to ensure we don't affect ties with either of these powers. Right? So this has become another recent trending issue with regard to India Mauritius. So it's better you have an idea about this. Just be familiar with the Chagos Island dispute. Now, coming to our diplomatic relations, what kind of relations do we have? We share very good political diplomatic ties as we look at Mauritius as a gateway to Africa. Mauritius, because of its location in Western Indian Ocean, because of it being an African country, which is part of the East Africa region, right? It can act as a gateway for Africa. It can enable us to launch our African diplomacy towards African countries. Because Mauritius is a member of many important African groupings. You would have heard about African Union, right, which represents the whole of Africa, where almost 53 African countries are members in African Union. There are regional groupings like ECOWAS, COMESA, the Southern African Development Council, SADC, Indian Ocean Commission. All these are important African regional groups. ECOWAS is an economic community of West African states, right? COMESA is a community of Eastern Southern African states. It's an economic community to boost economic ties. SADC is Southern African Development Council, bringing all Southern African countries together. And Indian Ocean Commission, all the Indian Ocean countries here, some of them near Africa, they have formed a commission. So Mauritius works closely with them. It's a member of some of the committees, some of the organizations. And in some organizations, it has observer status where it will participate. So as Mauritius works closely with these groups and other African countries, it can give a push to our African diplomacy, thus becoming the launch pad from where we can launch our African diplomacy to African countries. That's why we call it a gateway to Africa. So with this important country, we have signed a free trade agreement 2 years ago in 2021. The Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Partnership Agreement was signed. This is the first trade agreement India has signed with the African nation, and it will boost our trade and economic relations. Our trade economic ties will receive a big boost, which could help our ties with other African countries as well. All right. So India is heavily focused on Eastern Africa and the western part of Indian Ocean. It's a priority for us. All these countries here, Tanzania, Kenya, Mozambique, South Africa, Madagascar, Seychelles, Mauritius, right? In a way, Maldives as well, and other small islands present here, island countries. They're all very important for India. So given Mauritius' location and it's a African nation, it can allow us to push our African diplomacy. It can allow us to dominate these waters to protect our security and strategic interests as well, right? So India has very close economic ties with this country. India is the largest trading partner for Mauritius, obviously, because we are exporting several key goods and services. As Mauritius has a very small economy, it's a remote island, right? It needs support from the outside. All essential items are to be supplied, like food, fuel, medicines, construction equipment, engineering equipment, spare parts and components. All these key materials, goods, and services have to be exported from India. So that makes India the most important trading partner, the largest trading partner for Mauritius. And interestingly, Mauritius, that's such a small country and economy, has become the single largest source of FDI into India. Now, this might make you wonder. I told you that Mauritius has a weak economy with very limited sources of revenue, right? It is dependent so heavily on India that it faces a big trade deficit and a big economic crisis. But still, how can such a small country become the biggest source of FDI into India? What could be the reason? The reason is Mauritius is a tax haven, meaning it's a low tax or zero tax jurisdiction where barely any taxes are imposed on foreign investments, on foreign capital. Many countries declare themselves as a tax haven to attract investments so they can make some revenue by levying very minimal taxations on it. So there are many such tax havens around the world, like Panama, then Liechtenstein in Europe, the Cook Islands, Cayman Islands, Bahamas, right? You would have heard about these Caribbean, Pacific Islands, and South American places, which are tax havens. They are zero tax or low tax jurisdictions. Especially small countries with a weak economy, they would have declared themselves as a tax haven to attract investments. So if they get capital, they levy a small rate on it, which gives them revenue that can sustain the country. So Mauritius, being a small country and a limited economy, it has declared itself as a tax haven, a low tax jurisdiction, and as a result, it is misused by money laundering channels for round tripping black money from India to Mauritius and back to India. All right, this is an economic threat and a security threat because money launderers who basically turn black money into white, illegal wealth into legal wealth, they take the black money out of India, out of the country, which is generated through corruption, tax evasion, right, to other illegal sources, including organized crime. Such illegal wealth, which is black money, is taken out of India. It is completely laundered, cleaned through the money laundering process and brought back to India, which completes the process of round tripping. So, money laundering is a major economic and security threat. Because of its links with terrorism and organized crime, money laundering becomes a challenge for India. So, Mauritius, being the biggest source of FDI, is bringing a lot of black money back into India. Mauritius is being misused by the money laundering cartels, by the money laundering networks around the world. Right? They're taking black money out of India, laundering it, cleaning it of the dirt, removing it from its identity and the source, and bringing it to tax havens like Mauritius, where there are fake companies set up called shell companies or shell corporations, just to get the benefit of tax haven or zero tax jurisdiction. From these front companies, which are fake illegal companies like shell companies or shell corporations, the funds are brought back to India as investments, as legitimate FDI. So as the money leaves the country, goes through laundering and comes back to India as clean money, the process is called round tripping. The money has completed around a circle. So from Mauritius, this is a risk. It's a risk for our economy and our security. So that is why India is working closely with Mauritius to tackle the threat. Our financial intelligence units, they share intelligence on suspicious financial transactions. Is that clear? We also have a double taxation avoidance agreement to not only avoid double taxation but also to share tax information. So, by sharing tax information, by sharing financial intelligence through our financial intelligence units, we are trying to counter the menace of black money, then round tripping, and money laundering. So, this is where Mauritius becomes important as it is a biggest source of FDI. Usually, in most years, it is in the top two or top three position. Many years, it's at the top one position, right? So, Singapore, US, European Union, apart from them, Mauritius is the next big source, right? It's right in the top league, in the top three list. So a lot of money which comes as FDI could be black money actually. So tackling this becomes a priority for India. That's why we work with Mauritius closely and we have signed these agreements where financial intelligence is being exchanged through our financial intelligence units, right? We are also exchanging tax information by signing a double taxation avoidance agreement. Now coming to our security priorities, our strategic priorities. India has formed very close defense relations with Mauritius as well, mainly to protect the sea lanes of communication. Because if you go back and look at the map, Mauritius is present a little close to Mozambique Channel, which is a choke point. Mozambique Channel has been of significance for global shipping, especially before the Suez Canal was built. You can see here, this is where Mozambique Channel is present. This one, this blue line. It's between Madagascar and your East Africa. This shipping path between Madagascar and East Africa, that is the Mozambique Channel, right? Before Suez Canal, it was a vital shipping lane offering a connectivity between Europe and Asia and the Indian Ocean. Even today, if Suez Canal gets shut down, this is the only route we have to reach Europe, right? So, having a military presence in and around Mauritius, protecting its exclusive economic zone, working with it to defend and protect the sea lanes of communication will be vital for Indian interests. So that is why Indian naval ships and aircrafts are deployed here. Regularly, we conduct patrolling and surveillance and joint exercises with Mauritius to monitor its exclusive economic zone. All right. We also provide training to their police, their armed forces, their coast guard. We focus on counter-terror cooperation by sharing intelligence. We share intelligence on counter-terror operations. We work together in anti-piracy missions in Gulf of Aden, near Somalia, that's near your Horn of Africa. There are many security threats present, including piracy, right? The Somalian piracy is a major threat. So we collaborate in anti-piracy missions. Our Navy, our Air Force works with the Mauritian forces. We train them. We supply weapons as well to them. Military equipment has been provided. We focus on counter-terrorism and tackling organized crime. So India has gifted Dornier aircraft, ALH through helicopter. We have set up the coastal surveillance radar system. Offshore patrol vessel Barracuda, which is a naval vessel, has been gifted for better maritime surveillance and anti-piracy efforts. So this is the kind of close relations, defense strategic ties we share with this country, that is Mauritius. Now, when PM Modi visited the country in 2015, he not only launched the Sagar Doctrine, all right, but he also inaugurated the Coastal Surveillance Radar System. It's a key project, a key maritime intelligence gathering project. Now, let me tell you what this project exactly is, the Coastal Surveillance Radar System. It was launched after the Mumbai attacks, the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, to improve our coastal security, to plug the gaps in our coastal security. It's basically a chain of radars along the coastline from Gujarat to West Bengal, covering Andaman and Lakshadweep as well. And we have extended this to friendly countries like Mauritius, Maldives, and Seychelles. And these radars can track the movement of ships and vessels in real time. It provides for real time tracking, which improves maritime surveillance capabilities. All right, all the data collected by the radars, it's collated into the regional command centers of the Indian Navy. And finally, the data is integrated at the national headquarters of this project, which is IFC-IOR, Information Fusion Center for Indian Ocean Region. All right, all the radar data from across India's coastline and island territories, and also from Maldives, Mauritius, and Seychelles, where the radars have been inaugurated. All the radar data is fed into this headquarters located in Gurgaon, on the outskirts of Delhi. Right, this is where the headquarters is located of this project, which is managed by the Indian Navy. The radars were built and installed by Bharat Electronics Limited, BEL, right, along with other agencies like DRDO. So today it's a fully functional project where Indian Navy is able to carry out real-time maritime surveillance of almost the entire Indian Ocean. And at this headquarter facility, Information Fusion Center for Indian Ocean region, you can get a complete picture of the movement of ships. So this is a big boost to coastal security of India. We have offered this to these friendly countries. So in 2015, PM Modi, when he visited the country and launched Sagar Doctrine, he inaugurated the coastal surveillance radar system as well. And more importantly, we signed an agreement through which India has got access to the strategic Agalega Islands of Mauritius to build connectivity and transport infrastructure. During this important visit, Mauritius agreed to lease this strategic island called Agalega Island to India. India has said that the purpose is to build transport infrastructure. An Indian company called Afcons, which is again a major construction company, has won the contract to develop dock facilities, harbor facilities, and a runway to create sea and air links to improve maritime and air connectivity. India, Mauritius have said that this is a commercial project to boost commercial ties, to improve economic activities. But many experts believe that this could potentially become a military base of India. It could potentially have a military application, as the Indian Navy and Indian Air Force can use these facilities which are coming up for logistical support, for refueling, for getting resupplies, right? And to get any other logistical support like servicing, repairs. These facilities can be used, which will extend the operational range of the Indian Navy. Is that clear? The Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, they can extend their operational range and operate thousands of nautical miles away and station key assets as well. So you're looking at a satellite image of Agalega Island, where India has apparently started building a port and harbor facility, including structures for logistics and accommodation. Right? The construction looks to be of military standard, according to many experts. And we have also built a runway. The project is still ongoing. You can see here a runway has come up, which can even accommodate P8I Poseidon, which is used for maritime surveillance and submarine tracking. Right? It's an aircraft we have procured from the US, the P8I Poseidon. It's a Boeing aircraft. It's one of the most advanced maritime surveillance reconnaissance aircrafts. It has anti-submarine warfare capabilities. It can detect submarines underwater and even launch attacks against submarines. So Indian P8I Poseidons have been sent here. Our drones also have been noted here. So many believe that this could be a potential military base, but India, Mauritius deny this. And also, there have been protests locals have protested against foreign military involvement in the Agalega Island project. So India believes that China could be sponsoring these protests. The project has slowed down. It has actually stopped from few years. We have not been able to go ahead because the locals have protested very strongly, and even some opposition leaders and parties are opposing such foreign military involvement. So India has reasons to believe that China might be sponsoring these local protests to derail strategic projects of India. All right. But nevertheless, we have gained a major influence and presence in Mauritius, from its economy to its defense, right, to its infrastructure. In every sector, India plays a critical role. And that is the special relationship that we share with Mauritius. So I think this is enough for today. Let's wrap up the class. It's already 9:30. Tomorrow, we will continue this topic, look at Seychelles, very small discussion on Seychelles, and we'll also look at the important groupings like IORA. We'll also look at Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, Colombo Security Conclave, and Indian Ocean Commission. These are the few topics we are left with, right? Very important for your prelims, relevant for your mains as well. So let me know if you have any doubts, any questions. Let's look at it for a couple of minutes and then we can end the session for today. Ritika is asking, despite India being net security provider in the Indian Ocean, China has built string of pearls in the Indian Ocean. Then what is India's national interest in this? See, of course, there will be such challenges and threats from rival countries like China. Doesn't mean you'll stop your initiatives, right? We have to reassert our position as the net security provider. Just because we have assisted countries in the past doesn't mean our interests are always protected. Foreign policy is a continuous exercise. There should be consistent, continuous effort. So there will be such counters and threats and uh, disruptions by foreign rivals. But we need to keep up our presence and influence as well. So that's why it's important to remain the net security provider constantly. Shally is asking why PPM is against India. From the beginning, PPM ideology has been to build anti-India sentiments. Uh, According to India, it gets fundings from China and Pakistan, right? And also from the very beginning, PPM's agenda has been to create a anti-India sentiment. That's how it has won votes, by saying that India is interfering in their country. By they even say that if voted to power, they will throw out India. That's why the India Out campaign, to push out Indian influence and Indian military presence in Maldives. Tripti is asking, why are we spending so much despite getting repeated betrayal? See, that is the world of geopolitics, right? You have to keep investing. There will be setbacks, but you need to come back stronger. You need to protect your interests at any cost. Just because you have few setbacks doesn't mean you stop your foreign policy initiatives and investments, right? These are very essential to protect our core national interests, our security interests, economic interests. So it's a continuous game. It's a geopolitical game that goes on between big powers. Kamlesh is asking, in a recent statement, the newly elected president of Maldives has denied the allegations of being anti-India. What could be understood from the statement? See, the newly elected president, Dr. Mohammad Muzu, he has corrected his statement. He said, I never said I'm anti-India. Or he has stated that I never called for anti-India campaign, right? But this is just a course correction after coming to power. Because if you look at his campaign, election campaign, he kept saying that he will push for India out. He'll throw out Indian troops and Indian military equipment. And he's a prodigy of Yamin Gayoom, who was clearly anti-India before. So there is no doubt about it. So the statement he has said that he's not anti-India or he doesn't push for an India out campaign, it's actually a positive development. It shows that after getting elected, he's trying to make a correction. Maybe he might strike a balance between India and China. So that is good news, and we need to wait and watch. Anjali is asking, at what point of time MDP allowed Feudo Finolo Island to be taken by China? It was 2016. Why there is no protest against Chinese projects, why Indian interference is not acceptable in countries like Maldives, but excessive Chinese influence is acceptable. Again, as I told you, that's how geopolitics works. When you have few parties getting funded by countries like China, right, they favor them. But MDP, which is closer to India, which has closer ties with India, favors India. So it is a zero sum game. In game theory, you have this theory called zero sum game, where your loss is my gain or my loss is your gain. So that's how geopolitics works. China's loss will be India's gain, India's loss will be China's gain. Sometimes that's how it works. Sachin is asking, shouldn't we increase meddling in South China Sea? I'll come to South China Sea later. Don't worry. Under Indo-Pacific region, we'll discuss South China Sea. Right? We have already covered the dispute, but we'll look at South China Sea again. So there I'll address this particular topic. So that's it for today. Let's end the session. I hope you've understood everything. I hope it was a good session. So tomorrow we'll wrap up these few small topics and start with the next region, the Indo-Pacific, by looking at Southeast and East Asia. All right. So see you tomorrow. Till then, take care. Have a good day.
new perspective